Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of the Huntress trials here at RixGG. Our European Open is live and ready to go for what is going to be an entertaining semi-final and grand final here. I am your girl TK Layla, joining me once again on commentary just like yesterday. We've got Mizuki. How are you doing today?
Pretty excited. Little bit of a delay, ladies gotta get ready, take their time, make sure that they're ready to go. But hopefully now we're going to be jumping into the server as quickly as possible to bring you this semi-final.
Yeah, we have our top 4 teams on standby for you and give you a quick update as to how things look after day 1. As you can see there, reigning champions, the girls, have made it through into the semi-finals. They will be taking on Oxygen Esports up in semi-final number 1. However, the stream that we will be having a look at today will be Gangsters versus Chat Band. Obviously, the winners will move on through to the grand finals. And always going to be a spicy showcase between these two, especially because of the fact that, that it is best of threes all the way. And these two teams have made quite a name for themselves recently.
What's really going to be exciting for me is looking at Chat Band, because we don't know too much about what happened in the third kind of bracket arm there. But for Chat Band to have knocked out Exile, who was team name under construction, they came second in the previous Huntress trials. They're signed to the Exile org. We were expecting some pretty big things out of this team. So a bit of a surprising result. But the fact that we haven't gotten to see either Chat Band or Gangsters is really exciting, because we actually get to see what they're going to bring for us.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that is going to play out for them, and we will be going into the match relatively soon. Like I said, we did have a little bit of a delay at the start, but hopefully we're going to have that action to you as soon as we can. And obviously do remember that we do have that prize pool up as well. Remember, whoever comes third and fourth respectively get £250, so they're already guaranteed some kind of a slice of the prize pool. Second place will take 500 and first will take that £1,000. We do have confirmation that the map list is done and dusted, so our two bands, as you can see on screen, are as follows: Icebox and Haven. Odd combination of bands to see there. I mean, Icebox has pretty much been banned every time so far, so we've only got one more chance to see Icebox make an appearance. But we're going to start with Bind.
This is very interesting. Seeing Haven get banned out, it's one of the most popular games, or rather maps in the game, along with Ascent. And Ascent kind of gets pushed aside as the decider map. It was one that everybody just kind of avoided until it was thrust upon them, I guess. Bind is a pretty popular map as well. No big surprise there. Split is somewhat of a surprise. I said this yesterday, but of course it is one of the most least popular maps in the map pool. So to see that there are teams that are looking forward to playing on it, I don't know. I see that Icebox being banned out kind of ruins my hopes for Viper. If you see Split and Icebox, you kind of start to think, oh, maybe this is like a Viper team. But with just Split in the mix, I don't know. I feel like my dreams might be crushed once again.
Yeah, I've just had a look at the stats for Chat Band, and they did actually have an Icebox match in the previous set, and there was a Viper in there, and the Viper did very well, as you'd probably expect. So that's probably why it's been banned. Like, Gangsters have been like, look, we don't want to take a team who are actually pretty comfortable going to Icebox. So I guess it must make sense in the grand scheme of things. So you never know. If Chat Band make it through to the grand finals, there may yet be a chance, but you never know. But we've got confirmation that the two teams are starting to ready on up. And what characters are you looking for when we go into Bind?
Well, so far so good, I must be honest. This particularly here for Chat Band. So we got Spidoka on the Sage. Pretty staple agent for Bind, particularly because using that kind of wall plant strategy over on the A site is still quite strong. Raze is an absolute given. We can see both teams picking up on that one. If you're not picking Raze, it's a really weird decision that you're making. You can get way too much value out of this very, very tightly enclosed map. And an agent that we saw yesterday on Bind and that we're seeing again today that makes a lot of sense is, of course, the Brimstone, because, again, the orbital strike just makes so much sense and gets so much value. And, of course, you still have the smokes. It's 3 smokes instead of Omen's 2, and we've got Kiki coming through on the Omen that side. Apart from that, it's going to be double duelist on both sides, Raze versus Jet. Not Raze, Reyna versus Jet. I like the Reyna, But if we're going for an op, see, I think it's possible we might see Kim get onto the op if she's going with the Jet.
Yeah. Also interesting to note that we got Brim and we got Breach on the other side of the field for Gangsters. So I have seen that every now and then. It's kind of a rare occurrence these days, but it's nice to see them double stack onto that.
It is very rare, and I think that you can get a lot done with it, but I think the reason it's rare is because there are so many other agents that can do similar things. I know that Phoenix is a favored agent on this map, and he can do the flash out much like what you see with Breach doing, but Breach is very good at controlling. The Rolling Thunder can do so much to shut down a plant or a defuser to help you get onto site. I'm curious to see how they're going to play this composition, because of course they've also got the Jet, sorry, not the Jet, the Killjoy to help out with any potential flanks. No ciphers on either side, which makes a lot of sense. You don't generally tend to see too much of the Cypher Sova action, just once again, given the geometry of this map. But I think the Killjoys can get a lot of value. I mean, you can already see on the B side, it's completely stacked up with utility. If anyone pushes onto site, they're going to know about it, and that rotation should come through fairly quickly.
You would think so as well, especially with the smoke up as well. Looks like they're all just biding their time for the time being, thinking about the window, but now rotating back the way they came in. Maybe now thinking of going back towards A. Pretty much each side is covered, and already the early rotate as well on the side of Chatban as well. So they immediately call in the fact that there could be a rotate coming, but it's the dummy. Gangsters are back on B.
The mind games pulled out of hookah back into that kind of market area, then decided, aha, now we go back. And the timing has to be perfect, because we saw Reyna start to rotate all the way over towards B and then rotate back. Now the smokes are finally going to drop down and everybody on A is going to have to start rotating, but Gangsters are already on site.
Already on site and with 2 picks to their name. That will be a quick and easy plant for them. And with the numbers advantage on their side, this could be a dangerous situation for Chapan to try and retake this in the pistol round of all things. Hop on through the window, and Lyra just biding their time around the corner as well. Couple shots here and there, but nothing really finding their mark. Mary has to really go all in with the frenzy. Manages to get the pick on Kim. And let's see if they can follow it with anything else. Sage also with the frenzy.
Oh, the post-plant positions were very good. They had control of elbow, but they weren't expecting Mary to swing around the corner. Now down to the 2v2 situation. Mary's still alive, along with her Sage, can help her heal that. But they don't have time to defuse. They're just playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Yeah, that's going to be that. That's going to be the game. And that is a triple for Sia as well with that ghost. Now, I think that's everyone going down, so nobody gets to keep their pistols in the slightest. But crucially, Gangsters will start with the first point.
We have replays. We have leveled up since yesterday. Very exciting. And this was really well played from Gangsters. They had really good site control very early on. They got those 2 early picks. They got control of elbow. And despite going down, they were able to run out the clock and make it impossible for Chatband to get any sort of a defuse. And they still managed to kill out the last few members of Chatband as well. Now, of course, we move into the second pistol round. So Gangsters going to have some slightly better guns to their name, and it looks like this time around they're going to be rushing straight through onto the B side. Remember, Lamp's control is very important if you are going to be executing on B, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, A push is going to be the call, and unfortunately, Speed is going to actually get the pick against Saya, and Mary jumps in with Lucy as well, so a 4v3 situation for Japan as they get the early exchanges on their side. And that is crucial at this stage, although Kim finally manages to even the odds. Finally coming through with the Spectre. Not gonna get Pinker Lily though.
Wait, the spike's on B?
Oh my gosh.
I love this. Gangsters are so good at baiting. I was getting so absorbed in what was going on A side. Kim up in heaven, juking around, trying not to get caught out. And while completely unaware, the spike had made its way over towards B, but it's a 2v2 situation. Good pick there.
Done. Gonna rinse on through at least one of them, so it's a 1v1 situation. Killjoy with 27 health, but doesn't matter. They find the spray where they need to. And that is another win for Gangsters. And again, they're at least managing to get through by the skin of this teeth. Last time round, they pretty much lost all their players after the spike imploded, and this time out, it was just the killjoy, but still, point to point.
The 1 HP dream here for Nello. Well, okay, she only got to 1 HP at the end. But see how that alarm bot creates the vulnerable onto Dana, and she's able to capitalize on that and get the kill. That is massive, because without the vulnerable, she might actually have died there. She was really low on HP. So a crucial little bit of utility used there to help her clutch out that round. I'm not sure how long these mind games are going to work for gangsters, though. At some point, you got to think Chat Band are going to figure it out and catch wise, because most of the time Chat Band seem to be winning out on the duels, but they're not winning in the mind game. So if they can catch up to that, they might be able to pull ahead.
Well, we'll soon find out, as they are incredibly spread out across the map for this time round. No immediate pushes on this occasion. So, and again, leaving the spike in the middle as well. So just buying their time, getting some information, scouting on ahead without fear of losing the spike to the enemy team, which in all fairness, you never want to find yourself in those kind of situations. Just puts double more pressure on top of you, and it looks like they are coming back towards A. Now, will they actually commit with it this time?
It's again those mind games, but immediately you can see how Chat Band aren't overcommitting to any rotations just yet. They're waiting to make sure before they start to push in, but that could be to their detriment, because gangsters once again have already taken control of lamps.
Oh, and Speed unfortunately not finding any of their bullets with the Sage, so going down, it's a 5v2 situation. And again, Clara just waiting for them to peek around. Not going to hit anything initially, but does manage to get the pick in the end. It could be a flawless. It is going to be a flawless. And again, unfortunate for Chat Band, a triple for Nello. And that is gangsters, mind games notwithstanding. They're on form at the moment.
I think the power of this composition for gangsters, it's really starting to show itself off, using that breach for very quick early initiations, flashing out, pushing straight through onto point, making sure that all the smokes come down to cut off all the sight lines. They're playing this really, really well. And now we move on to round 4. And poor Chat Band are forced to kind of save up a little bit here. They do have, I think, a Spectre and maybe one other SMG, but not much else. They got a couple of ghosts to play with, whereas gangsters, they've still got all of their rifles from the previous round, and that early pick-off, oh, that's so bad for Chat Band.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start your 4th round, especially already being on the back foot, and it looks like they are just going to bide their time a little bit more here, gangsters, and Lyra is actually going to go on the prowl with them, but this is going to be a very dull. That pizza, there's a dull, and I knew how to feel that was going to happen. A 2-on-1 situation that Pink just walked straight into. Nothing you can really do in that scene, and Mary gets picked. Mary gets picked before they can find the cover.
Gangsters are doing so well to completely split up and divide Chat Band, and Chat Band don't seem to really understand how to deal with this playstyle, and it really is a divide and conquer type of playstyle. They continuously move from A to B, kind of keeping Chat Band on their toes, keeping them unsure, and then getting random pickoffs very early on in the fight. For someone to have died so early straight outside of hookah, you're getting a little bit too aggressive there, and at that point you've given over so much advantage to your opponent. I want to see Chat Band start to play a little bit more safely, pull back a little bit, don't push out too aggressively, and play for those retakes. They actually had a really good retake on that first round, and it would have worked out, but unfortunately their time got ticked down. They weren't moving together as a team. And that's kind of what I want to be seeing a little bit more of. In this 2v5 situation, I think it's highly unlikely they get anything done.
Yeah, all of the portals, nothing else, and what the... Okay, you're not not going to even hold on to the sheriff at the very least. You're just going to immediately concede it, but oh well, there you go then.
Yeah, there's the saver's penalty, particularly if you only have, like, a pistol. It means that you get way less cash at the end of the round. So it's actually better to just die. Unless you have, like, a rifle, full armor, and all of your utility, it's usually better to just die at the end of the round. So they all dive into the bomb there to make sure that they get that little bit of extra cash, and they need it. Because looking at this buyout, it does not look good. Now, usually round 5 is where the momentum swing can happen, but a little strapped for cash at the moment. I see there's at least one player with only half armor. It's not an ideal situation. And of course, gangsters split up around the map, waiting to see where they're going to push this time. Whereas previously, they would kind of stack on a site, push forward, fake a little bit, then turn around. They've now spread themselves out in a much more regular default to get a little bit of information before they commit to a site.
Yeah, they've got to start getting some of these picks, though, sooner rather than later. Being 4 points down in the early goings. I mean, we have seen teams manage to immediately flip the script at this kind of stage. So now's a better time than any to finally start getting them points on the board. But for the time being, it looks like the Gangsters, again, just taking this slow and steady, slowly making that call towards the B side of the field. They could still go in for a last-ditch portal attempt, but unless they get the call from Jet to say, hey, look, A's clear, which obviously it isn't. There's at least 3 people there. That is going to start to be the push onto B. So here we go.
I like the lurk on A, but it looks like no one's going to fall for it. They've already potentially started to rotate. That's a good trade-off for Chatban. They've maintained the quality of the numbers game, but they need to start to rotate. It's starting to come through, and it looks like it's going to be a pincer. But Omen needs to be aware of that Jet. Oh my goodness, this is such a spicy situation.
Yep, Spike is down, and so is the ult. So lockdown is coming on out. Klar is not going to... Oh, wait, they did get the shot. Raze has gone down. So... winning out the Raze exchange on this time, and Kiki immediately goes straight around the corner. Kim is going to find themselves another shot.
Ooh.
We are going to have a res coming on out, but Klar immediately gets a triple. Can't get the showstopper, though.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, you've got to check for that before you pop your ultimate. However, it is down to the 1v3 here. Manages only gets one, but as she swings out, gets taken down at the end there. Another reasonable round for Chatban, but an expensive one because they also committed the res into that, as well as obviously needing to full buy up. Definitely wasn't an ideal round for them, and this time around, they should have a little bit of losers bonus, but not going to be enough. So we've got double judges. Okay, only one judge. Come on, don't... Bidoga opting for the Marshall. We saw quite a bit of Marshall play yesterday, and watching Team Liquid yesterday in the VCT, we saw Yampy get a 4K, and I think he only scoped with one of his shots. So there's a lot of damage that can be done with a Marshall. We'll see if we can kind of emulate here, if these ladies can get that same potency out, as it looks like it's going to be a full A rush this time.
Yeah, they're going full, they're committed full on, and that is going to be a problem. Kiki at least gets the pick, but immediately gets taken out by Kim as well. Showstopper came out. Did they get that off in time? I don't think they did.
Showstopper manages to get one. Oh! I don't think that's... I think it barely connected, and then Kim gets the cleanup. But it's down to 2v1 here. Mary versus the world. She's full HP and full armor, but of course the rotation has already come through, moving all the way over to the B site. So the plant will most definitely come through. Will Mary be able to clutch this one out? Blade Storm popped. That's ballsy. She's so low HP.
Yeah, one little tap for Mary and that ult is gone. So some interesting decisions in back-to-back rounds in terms of ult usage. But if they can find a knife, they'll absolutely take it. Obviously, Mary shooting that immediately gives their position away, so they'll know that they will be in window. They're just both waiting for the defuse attempt to happen now. Mary fully committed to this.
There it is.
Well, there you go. That's Kim down. So it's just the one left. I don't know.
She doesn't know.
I don't think they're gonna have the time. Oh, straight in the back.
Didn't realize that the last player would be coming from behind her. Thought that she'd be coming from ahead. Oh, and such a good potential clutch there. Even takes the Blade Storm right off of the board. So, of course, Gangsters are not going to have that available to them in the next round. But Blade Storm, it's one of those deterrent ultimates, much like a Showstopper or an Operator, in fact. Even if you're not getting tons of value in terms of kills, the threat of having it on the board is generally enough to push back. And we saw how it's caused Mary to really slow down her pace and wait before pushing in. I think it was good for buying time, but of course, now they don't have it available should they need it for Oppressive Power. But for Oppressive Power, they've still got Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike. Those are some really big ultimates. Chatban, however, do have the Lockdown. I suspect they'll be using that to deny a plant sometime soon.
You would hope so anyway, especially being 6 points down. They've got it all to do at this stage. And Pink, again, just keeping an eye on that corner. That's pretty much where they're thinking about going for the push, but it looks like they're slowly rotating back the way they came in. We saw them do this earlier where they started to go towards A, and then they dummied everybody out and went straight back to B, but it looks like they are fully committing towards A at this stage.
Well, they have made a little bit of a fake, but they've had a lot of success over on the A site. They've still got the lurk moving through showers as well. Gonna need to be careful because Dana is waiting for someone to peek through there. There's still quite a heavy presence. Oh, the orbital strike into lamps because lamps control is important. Clear it out. Now they're gonna move in. Smokes have come down. Oh, beautiful updraft there. Oh no, that was a satchel.
Yeah, and Mary and Dana getting some picks in the mix of all of that. Gangsters only have 2 people left, tipped by the paint, and that is finally a point for Chat Ban, managing to tidy up quite nicely. The orbital didn't quite get the purchase that Gangsters were looking for, and with that, that is well held from Chat Ban.
And the Rolling Thunder came through as well. I didn't even notice that. That is a lot of ultimates invested into that round from Gangsters. Bit of a fumble there. I liked that they managed to clear out in lamps. Clear that out, make sure it's open and available so that you can take control. But didn't realize that Dana was around the corner there. And as soon as they started pushing onto site, this is generally why you have some sort of a walling agent. Because as soon as they pushed through mid, they didn't realize that she was there. Manages to get 2 and then just continues to absolutely pop off. The rest of her team playing off of her and getting quite a few kills there. Very good defense here from Chat Band. But what they don't realize is, yo, this is an aggressive push onto the B site.
It certainly is. And Pink, well, I thought they looked away at the worst possible moment, but they managed to get the flick where it mattered most. And Gangsters will be the ones to take the first casualty. But having said that, not only did they get the spike planted, the ult is immediately popped as well.
I think Dana managed to just dodge the alarm bot there, which is impressive. Doesn't take any vulnerable. And they've managed to stave off. Do they have nothing to stop the defuse? Okay, the molly came through. Oh, the timing on that. It must have been an amazing lineup, but it's not going to be enough. The defuse is going to stick. You can't rely on one molly to save you. Now, see, Lucy, if you'd done that before they defuse... It's a good round for Lucy, though. She did manage to stop the plant initially, and then, of course, she gets a beautiful 4K at the end of the round. But not enough to completely stop the defuse, and Chat Band are able to win out the round. Now, what we see there, how they plant the spike and then pull all the way back to the end of long, usually you do that when you have something like an orbital strike or a hunter's fury, something long range that you can use to stop a plant, or of course molly lineups. But only one of them, as I said, managed to get any sort of result. So they might have been better off leaving 1 or 2 players nearby just in case that didn't work out. And of course, it didn't work out. So another point on the board for Chat Band.
Yeah, finally starting to get that momentum back onto their side. And actually, Mary gets the pick as well. So Gangsters are going to lose another one in the midst of all of this. So despite such an early lead, Chat Band are finally starting to come back at them. Ice Wall and Slow Puddle has been deployed. And again, Speed just keeping an eye on the wall, waiting for anyone to poke out from there. Gets the shot that matters most and throws out another slow up. Immediately starts to pepper, gets it through the box as well. That is a twofer.
That's what I said. The mind games of Gangsters would not hold out forever. This was a great round from Chat Band. They seem to have finally got a bit of a read on Gangsters, what their play style is, how they approach sites. I mean, this was a phenomenal round from Spidoka, and I remember her from the first Hunter's trial as well. She did so much for her team back then. She's back here again doing even more. She's second on kills at the moment, just behind Meru. We talk about those battle medics, the combat sage. It's working. She's getting a lot of value out of that. Oh, I see both of these duelists for Chat Band are very far up A into mid. I wonder if they're going to be going for an aggressive push here. Yep, they're going to be pushing straight out, potentially going on a flank, maybe a pincer maneuver.
Yeah, they'll very quickly realize that there's nobody around for the A push, so looks like B is going to be the port of call, and they're going to have to quickly rotate back out there. There's a lot of utility dumped on B, but crucially, it's pretty much, well, 5-on-2 at this stage, and now the flank is starting to come up. As you can see, just past that spawn area now is where those two are. But again, there's a lot of firepower being deployed here, and that is a Sheriff pick. Showstopper deployed as well.
Boom!
Oh! Yeah.
Oh no.
Unfortunate, but it is a 3v2 situation, and Pinkley couldn't quite get the hook. They finally get it in the nick of time, but now it's just a 1v1, and that is Gangsters taking the point.
Oh, that was so close. Chatban did so much there, but unfortunately, Reina just not able to get out of that dismiss or into a safe area and just get sprayed down towards the end there. I'm not sure what happened to Spidoka there. I think she may have been flashed out and didn't realize that the Killjoy was coming up right behind her. But the Killjoy was also vulnerable at the time. So had she noticed it, she might have been able to win out that duel. But Sheriff is a little bit busted. Oh, and now Spidoka's got the operator. That's so exciting. I can't wait to see. So it looks like for now, she's just going to be holding over on A. But Chapman seemed to have a bit of a romance going with the B site, at least for the moment. They're going to be making some noise over on this side. We'll see if they do actually opt to stick with it. They have managed to build up yet another orbital strike. So again, there's a lot that can be done with that. Maybe clear out elbow, give themselves an opportunity to push onto sites. Ooh, big trade.
Pinkley gets one, but it gets immediately taken down.
Oh,
Dana gets a double, and that leaves just Claw. The Raze is the only one left up in a 3v1 situation. Omen is incredibly hurt, so one tap will at least do that. And unfortunately, they don't get anything against Mary, who gets the kill instead. 7-4 is the scoreline now, as we have the final point before the end of the first.
Some of these showstoppers have been absolutely dirty. Look at that. A two-piece? That's ridiculous. Really, really well played there. And now they have completely messed up Gangsters' economy. They're coming into this next round with 2 Sheriffs, 1 Vandal, and... Oh, no, they actually sold the Sheriff. Okay, no, they got it back again. Man, just decide what you're doing. Come on. And they've got a couple of SMGs as well. So, a very, very bad buy, all things considered. And, oh, running into showers. Where's Spidoka sitting with the operator? Well, that's the player advantage.
Player advantage, weapon advantage, you name it. Chatban have got it. And that is 2 down on the side of Gangsters in the early stages. And... well, they didn't have the best of weaponry to be able to bring to the table on this fight. And, well, it's slowly showing.
And, of course, the rotate immediately starts going towards the A site as they believe that they've managed to pull all of, or most of the forces from A to B. But, of course, they're still going to be running into Spidoka, who's watching A with that operator. She's looking towards showers at the moment. No one seems to be pushing that side, so unlikely that she'll be able to get much value out of that. But Mary is watching from heaven. They should still have smokes. I don't believe... Yep, there we go. Smokes come down. Immediately the gunfire starts.
Yeah, peppering through the smoke, trying to at least catch something. If you can at least get the tag, it's better than nothing. And immediately fires in with the operator. Doesn't quite get it, but Dana at least gets one of their own. Only 25 seconds left on the clock here. And that is a big pick. They take the operator down. Nella gets the double. They are the only ones left though, unfortunately. And finally do concede to Mary. 3 players up. That is a 5th point. And the end of the first half, it's 7-5. So really good comeback from Chatban so far.
I love the way at the start there how Sage Spidoka baits off of Dana. Yeah, Dana peeks out, takes a couple shots at the jet, gives the information. Spidoka peeks out, gets the shot. And Dana obviously lives to tell the tale. So really, really good work there. And yeah, now we swap sides. Now we get to see, all right, how do Chatban mount their attack? Because they had a fairly solid defense. I was impressed to see how they managed to make quite a bit of a resurgence there after, what was that, 6 rounds in a row?
Yep.
It's wild. So they managed to get some points on the board there. Can they continue that here on their attack? This is obviously one of those maps where attack and defense are fairly even. And they're not starting for one of those kind of monkey rushes, even though it's a pistol round. They are hard defaulting. And now it looks like they're going to make their movement towards the A site, despite having lost one of their initiators.
Yeah, not quite the start that they would have liked, but to be fair, it is the pistol round. There is anything can still happen in these kind of situations. Smoke again, fully deployed, and again, setting off the traps as well, so they're going to have to be incredibly careful. That is quickly down to 68. Sage will have to heal herself right back on up. And Kiki again biding their time and waiting. There is going to be the flash. Lucy gets Omen.
One enemy remaining.
And down goes the other Killjoy as well. Lucy gets themselves a triple. And that will surely be that. Gangsters taking the pistol round again.
Lamps, control. I liked how they used the Omen smokes, but bearing in mind, they only get 2 smokes, whereas Gangsters obviously had 3 on the offense, so they weren't able to blind out any vision from showers, which means that they can't actually attack through showers unless Gangsters choose to smoke it off themselves. So they instead go straight down mid. They put up the Sage wall, but it's expected. There's a nano swarm waiting for whoever's going to plant. The plant does come down, but they don't take control of showers. So being the only avenue that Gangsters can realistically push through, since everything else has been smoked and walled off, they push out of Lamps, and they win the fight. Lamps control is very important, particularly if you're going to be shutting down every other avenue to where you've planted.
And it looks like another A push is happening, and bearing in mind that Jet picked up the Marshall in the midst of all this, but Lucy gets themselves a double, finally shut out by Spidoka as Clark gets in on the action as well. So back to a 3v3 situation. Marshall hasn't quite gotten any picks just yet from
Spike
Kim
planted.
on the Jet. Spike is going to go down for the second time in a row, and immediately you see exactly where they quickly hide on off to, and Lyra knows full well that that is going to get flashed through immediately. Pinkley going to try and hold their own in here, and not going to do so. Caught on the reload, not where you want to be. Speed gets flashed, and finally gets taken on out. It's a 1v1 situation. Reyna versus Killjoy.
Oh, and Nello is so low HP as well. Can she make something happen here? Not faking. Just halfway. Oh, that was so close!
I honestly thought they had it. I thought that was a headshot, but no, Mary holds on for the triple and takes the point away for Chatban. Jeez, how close was that?
That was a headshot. If she'd had any other gun, she would have got the kill there. But of course, you're on lower guns or lesser guns. And you had lower HP, so she only managed to get Mary down to 72. She managed to chip through, what, 70-odd health from 150? But it just wasn't enough to get the kill through. Oh, you hate to see it. And I'm really enjoying the utilization of the breach here from Gangsters. They're doing so much using that flash out and the stun as well, just to make sure that they can push through.
Spike down A.
Oh my goodness, okay. Eco rounds, man. They're just wild.
Yeah, they really do like to sprinkle a little bit of chaos in every now and then. 3-2 player advantage for Chatban. Gonna try and catch them on the rotation, but immediately falling foul of the Ghost. So Gangsters still have a chance, still have some form of a say in this. Immediately trying to flash on through. If they're gonna catch anybody with that, Nello is gonna go straight into him. Blocked the wrong way though, and that is gonna be Omen getting themselves a double, and that will be another point for Japban. They're almost all square.
I'm impressed they managed to come out on top of that round. They kind of just monkeyed straight in, got a couple of kills. But again, it's one of those, like, obviously it was kind of an eco half-buy type situation, so they weren't really going into full strategic depth there. It was one of those rounds where you get through it so that you can come out the other side and buy up. Interestingly, they're going for a little bit of a bonus here, so Spidoka and Pinkley, who survived the last round, are not upgrading. They're going to be sticking with their Spectres, while everyone else on the team buys up to Vandals. They're going up against Gangsters, who I believe full bought as well. But there's a definite gun advantage for Gangsters at the very least, and they still have the Orbital Strike, which can shut down pushes, and it can clear out small areas. So they're going to want to hold on to that for just the right time. I see Dana's got her showstopper available. If she gets another crazy 2K, I'm here for it.
Do you imagine if they get 3? I mean, we saw a triple. We saw a triple the other day, which was just spicy in and of itself. But we'll see if they can do anything else with that. I mean, again, it is there for the intimidation factor, as you mentioned earlier. But again, not really wanted to commit just yet. It looks like they're starting to rotate all the way towards B. There's only 2 people over there at the time being. So it depends on how they approach this. Left is complete. Well, the left-hand side of it is utility free, and they are finding that out very quickly.
Chatban doing their own little bit of a fake. Started towards the A side, then decided to go towards B, but now they're making so much. Oh my goodness, left. Mary. She took so little damage from that, despite the fact that she ran through 2 of them. Good bunny hopping there. There's that showstopper. Huh, gets a kill with the paint shells, but not the showstopper.
Yeah.
Just raise things.
I mean, as long as you get the pick, you'll at least take it. They've got 10 seconds to plant it. They should be able to plant it. There it is. Spidoka immediately going to start wailing on in. And actually, it hasn't been planted yet. It hasn't been planted yet at all.
Nope.
It finally does get planted, I think, just with about 3 seconds left on the clock. That was nip and tuck there. They'll take the point in the end. They'll tie this match up, but that was a little too close for comfort there.
It was well played from Gangsters. As soon as they hear the plant start to happen, the orbital strike comes out. So it denies the planting of the spike. But despite that, they were really running down the clock as well. I wasn't sure that there would actually be enough time to get that spike down, but they are able to. I think Gangsters maybe were a little bit too confident in the orbital strike. They didn't push out to make sure that they could get that cleanup, make sure that the spike definitely doesn't go down. And then as they started to kind of trickle out from the back of sight, start getting chipped away at and get taken down. And now,
goodness me.
Oh, now they're forced into an eco round. They're just gonna monkey out here, to be honest. Good trades, though.
Yeah, they're at least getting a couple. I think they got a few more picks than I think they were expecting. Chapman down to 3, Gangsters down to 2. And this is surely looking like it will be an A. Yep, there it is. So it will be the plant on A for them. They've got the player advantage, they've got the health advantage as well. And obviously, because of the fact that they did pretty much go in with pretty much little to no weaponry at all, because of the picks that they have gotten, they've at least managed to pick up the Vandal. So they could still yet take this point, but they've got to re-enter A for this.
Now, bearing in mind that this is an eco for Gangsters, they just want to try and take some guns off board. Didn't manage to do too much. Dana with some serious denial there. But they do manage to take down 2 players, which is decent, especially for an eco, but it's not enough to put a massive dent in the economy. And now, this is what I was saying. Kim, going to be picking up that operator. It's the main reason you play a jet, particularly on a map like Bind, is because you're expecting to come out with the op. I think it's unlikely we'll see Spidoka pick up the op, purely because they're on attack, and it's a lot more difficult to get value as an attack Sage op. You can still do stuff as a defensive Sage op, but on attack, you're very slow. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get value out of that. You're going to need to be careful, because obviously Kim is watching showers, and it looks like there might be a shower push.
They could indeed be. The paint is coming on up, and Kim's at a really decent angle here. This could be dangerous, and they sense that. They wisely get the heck away from that situation. And now back on towards the left-hand side of A. Could still yet be a push here as they pepper on through the smoke just to try and bait them out a little bit. But no, it looks like they're starting to still go back. Now the push is indeed happening. Lucy going to drop the smokes, maybe. Oh, well, never mind that. Owen beats him to it.
Oh, paranoia. Such a dangerous ability. Oh, saw the gun sprays through the wall. Amazing.
Oh, showstopper as well.
Oh, big. Dana's sense of her surroundings is so good.
Oh my god, that's a quad!
Oh my god!
Oh.
Dana is ridiculous. She sees the barrel of the gun and gets the collect through the wall. She sees somebody's shoulder on the other side of boxes, so pulls out the showstopper to get the kill. Realizes there's still someone there. Throws up the paint shells, and unfortunately the paint shells don't land where she wants them to. Turns the corner and is still able to get yet another kill with the right click. Dana is insane. Her game sense is ridiculous. I'm so impressed with this raise right now. Good grief.
It's everything you want and then some from a race. That was beautiful. Not quite, well, obviously not quite getting the ace. I mean, not that it matters. I mean, you know, you got your teammates. The teammates have your back. That's the most important thing. But seriously, though, a quad just like that. You love to see those kind of moments. And Kim is going to pop the blade pretty much immediately. So again, giving Chatban the information that A, it is in use,
Ooh.
and B, getting the poke on Dana.
Oh, that's a good dismiss. Manages to pull out some of the knives as well. Only 2 knives left, but who needs lives? Knives even. Lilia just has a sheriff, and apparently that's all you need sometimes. And again, this is going to be a very decent eco round for Gangsters, because yes, they pop the Blade Storm, which in itself is a deterrent, and then you just get double. What is this eco?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
What the heck? What has just happened here? Well, that's a 2v1 situation, and that is the Oh my gosh. Spidoka, please. Like, give them a chance to come through the door.
Given that that was an anti-eco, it was relatively expensive for gangsters. But, like, I mean, Chatban just rocked that. Sorry, other way around. Expensive for Chatban, gangsters just rocked it. I cannot believe they managed to get that much value in an eco. They even pulled out the res. I mean, at that point, Chatband are like, we're winning this round. We are not losing an anti-eco. Spidoka didn't need to res, however. She was able to clutch out that last kill just kind of on her own. But now gangsters, after having saved in that previous round, are able to full buy up. They have the operator once again, and they still have 3 ultimates available. I don't think we've seen a single lockdown now that I think about it.
No, we
Both
have
of these
not.
teams... Yeah, both of these teams have the killjoy, but they haven't had an opportunity to actually utilize that. We've seen plenty of orbital strikes, though, and I think one rolling... Oh, my goodness. What is my casting power?
Yeah, I was going to say, and that's an orbital strike as well coming on down, so everything happening. And that is...
things into existence.
And that's the Empress coming on out as well. There goes the other Killjoy ult, so both have been deployed in the same round. That is going to be another pick, 3 versus 3. Will they actually get out of this in time? They just about get out of that in time, so nobody gets detained. 3-on-2 situation for Chatban, who are looking to go on to match point of all things.
I mean, this has been a very, very expensive round for gangsters. They used a lot of ultimates here. They're going to need to be... Oh, turret's gone down. That means that no one knows that they're there. Oh! But the combined power there of Kiki and Mary, just way too much. And that's going to put us onto match point after drawing out a ton of ultimates from gangsters. All they have left is the showstopper. Now, of course, that can be an incredibly powerful ultimate. And Chatband, looking at their ult orbs, they're fairly far from getting another ultimate. I mean, Dana needs to get like 3 kills in order to get her ult orb. But it's the same on gangsters. So, realistically, unless we see some crazy orb snatching, we're probably only going to be seeing the showstopper in this round. And this round is important for gangsters to win because, well, it's match point.
Yeah, they're going to have to win this. Otherwise, they're going to be a point down in this set. Not how you want to be able to start, especially when they started so strongly as well. Those 6 points in a row. Binkley's going to get 2 for the price of 1. Kim and Cloud, unfortunately, won't play one time on this occasion. Slow orb is going to drop. Mary immediately just sits tight in the corner. Plant is made onto A. And that gives that priority to Chatban. 4-on-3 situation. And, well, make that 4-on-2. This is not looking good for gangsters. That's it. That's game.
Lucy gives away her position there by firing a few shots. And unfortunately, we're not able to clutch it out. This was a fantastic turnaround from Chatban because gangsters started out this map on a real runaway tear. They had some fantastic first rounds. And then Chatban just out of nowhere, I don't know, we move on to the attacking side. And yes, I think they conceded 1 round on their attack. It's either 1 or 3. But a very, very good resurgence for them to have been able to pull it all the way back up to a 13-8 finish.
Yeah, 6 points in a row in the early stages, and you thought that gangsters, you know, they had Chatban's number. They were doing some incredible maneuvers, especially like the fake rotates, going straight back in, full-on commitment pushes. They seem to have the works for everything, but yeah, it was a tale of 2 halves that, let's be honest, like they dominated the first half and then Chatban just came at them and just won the rest of the point in one full swoop into the second half. So yeah, amazing showings from both teams. I mean, Dana and Mary, 22 and 23 kills respectively. I mean, Dana was on fire with the raise, just like every single time, whether it was the showstopper, whether it was the pack, well, whether it was just the savviness to be able to get the specific pokes around the corners and know whereabouts people are. Just, what can you say about that?
I must say that Chatban, I was kind of saying this towards the beginning of the map, that I thought that gangsters had a lot of kind of mind games that they were playing, but it wouldn't work out forever. And Chatban, it took them a little while. They did concede 8 rounds in that map, but they started to get an idea for what gangsters were doing. They started to get a much better read on it, and they were able to respond to it much better as the map went on. But of course, that is just our first map. We've still got Split. Oh, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, Split is going to be our next matchup. I do believe it will be Gangsters who will be starting that one on defense.
Ooh.
So we'll see what they decide to bring to the table here. I mean, obviously, we go back and look at that matchup and we see that, Lucy and Lyra, we had the Brim and the Breach. And to be fair, they were getting a lot of utility out of it. That was absolutely doing them some wonders. But unfortunately, just sort of like lost a lot of that kind of power towards the end. It just felt like they weren't able to utilize it in the way that they would have probably liked to.
Yeah, I think that it worked out much better for them on their attack. And then on their defense, they started to kind of flounder a little bit. But now the Breach is actually very powerful on Split. And I think that for Gangsters, starting on defense is a definite advantage because, again, Split still fairly defend-decided. So for them to be able to start on defense, if we see that Sage come out, because of course Sage is very powerful on Split, being able to wall off mid, deny access into vents or up into mailroom, these are important avenues that you want to be able to shut down. So I think that there's a lot of potential here that we might see from these teams. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we got some replays coming up of the previous matchup as well for your viewing pleasure. Again, production team are on point today, and some amazing moments throughout the entirety of that. Obviously, in the early goings, we saw how dominant Gangsters were, especially in the pistol round, and they just sort of like took that going forward. They were just getting pick after pick when it needed to most, and a really good, strong showing for them in that first half, not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah, there was some really, really powerful moments. I love this alarm bot. That vulnerable that did so much to help them win out that round. And then again, just lamps control, elbow control. These are the two most important points on bind. Two of the most important points, of course, Hookah being the third. You need to have control of those areas. And we saw it time and time again, how important it is, particularly when we saw that kind of Sage wall strat with the Omen smokes. You're denying entryways. I spoke about it at length when it happened. But these are strategies that if you want to abuse, you need to make sure that you're covering every avenue. That being said, when we move over onto Split, the only area of major importance is, of course, mid. Now, a lot of teams tend to kind of ignore mid entirely, which sometimes works out, but you have to remember that it severely cuts down your rotations. It increases your time to rotate. So if you're the defense and you've given up control of mid, you have to rotate all the way around the defender's spawn, which is incredibly long. Whereas if you have control of mid, it's a much shorter rotate, which is why it's so important to maintain defense there. And of course, if you're an attacker, this means that once you have control of mid, you can move to either A or B relatively uncontested. And then of course, if you've got someone on the flank, you create the pincer movement. So it's good to get that early mid control, and of course for the defense it's really important to deny it as much as possible.
And yeah, you were talking about how Breach was pretty decent on this map. Any other operators that you feel like might be coming in, or do you reckon some of them might just stick with what they've been using so far?
Raze is relatively okay on Split. You can get some stuff done there, but I think more than anything it's probably the Jet Reyna that we might see a little bit more of, and then the Killjoy and maybe Skye. We've seen some Skye previously. We did once see Yoru on Split, but I don't think we're going to see that again.
Yeah, that was quite the rare occurrence. I'm not entirely sure if we've seen them. And you mentioned Skye. We haven't seen Skye at all. We didn't see them at all yesterday on stream, so might be the time for her to pop up and say hello. But we are going to take a quick little break whilst our two teams are getting ready on the lobby. When we return, match number 2 of our second semi-final. Do not go away, my friends. Welcome back to the second Huntress Trials, day 2. We are currently in the midst of our semi-final between Gangsters and Chatban. Chatban winning the previous point by 13 points to 8. After conceding 6 points in the early goings, they came back with a vengeance in the second half, and that is where the standings take you for this time of asking. We are going to head on into Split in just a moment. Looking forward to it, Mitsuki?
Oh, absolutely. I'm still kind of holding thumbs for that Viper, but I'm still very much doubting it. I don't want to get my hopes up too much. As we see, we've already got into Agent Select here. Oh, and what's interesting is Clara going to be sticking on the Raze. Now, she did do some phenomenal stuff on the Raze on the previous map, but again, I feel like the Raze is a little bit more difficult to play here on Split. Dan is going to be sticking on it as well. Not too many compositional change-ups, I must say. Of course, we are losing the Breach and the Brimstone in favor of a Sage and potentially an Omen. It's not locked in just yet, but it seems likely that they'll be going for that because, you know, smokes. This is an important thing, and especially because Kim is still over and very likely going to be picking up that operator to try and shut down any pushes. So, yeah, smokes probably a good idea.
Yeah, would not surprise them in the slightest, but yeah, it does mean that the comp would pretty much be the same on either side, but just like in the previous matchup, it will be the Jet going up against the Reyna. So, yeah, they're taking their time to lock this in, but again, maybe just sort of like either just running out the timer just because they can't up, they finally do lock in the Omen. So, with that being said, we are fully confirmed and ready to go. Remember, Chatban, if they win this match, they are through to the grand finals. This is a best of 3 after all. So Gangsters will have it all to do and all to prove in this second matchup.
Near mirror matchups here. Again, it's just the Jet for the Reyna. And we've seen Reyna get a lot of playtime on Split. So I think that there's a lot to be said for having her available. And particularly because we might see Spidoka pick up that operator again. And as I said previously, less likely that we'll see the operator on their attacking round because they are starting on the attack this time. But Gangsters with Kim having them on the defense this time around, very likely we might still see that if they're able to build up enough points and enough credits. Now, I think it's highly likely that they will be able to because, again, Defender favored map at this point. But I'm having slight doubts purely because I spoke so much about how important mid is, and mid is empty. That being said, given where Gangsters are positioned, I'm expecting a kind of monkey run out, try and kill things, Gober strat.
Well, I mean, it's 2 Ghosts versus 2 Frenzies, so I would not be surprised if that's going to be the aim of the game in the early stages. Remember, ironically enough, Chatban actually haven't won either of the pistol rounds so far. It's been both gone to Gangsters so far, so they want to see if they can keep at least that kind of streak going for them. And it's going to be up the ropes by the looks of it for Dana. Oh, nope, they're just going to wait there for the time being, see if anybody else makes a move first. Again, Lucy with the wall up and the other complete already out. Gonna get into the first engagement, gets the first pick, does not get the second though. So it's a 1-for-1 in this situation. And with the Sage down for Gangsters, it's Reyna down for Chatban.
Oh, but Kim is on a wild flank. That's a good alarm bot though from Melo because, of course, as soon as Kim doesn't even need to climb the ramp because Pingali is not hiding. And, like, people are just staring off without actually checking where people are coming from. This is wild to me. I know it's a pistol round, but, like, turn around sometimes. Check your corners. This is danger. Look at this.
Player standing.
Goodness me. Well, it's a 2v1 situation for Chatban. The Frenzy from Speed is going to take out the Killjoy, so it is just the Omen left. And, well, having said that, though, Chatban needs to get a move on. They have to get this planted. They're playing Ring Around the Roses again. Sure, is this going to be a full rotate to B? It is going to be a full run off to B. They should be able to make this in time, and that will be a plant, and then they can divvy that back up. Ice Wall is up as well, and so there is the plant.
Left.
It's a good rotation, and of course, again, I spoke about mid control. You see how quickly they managed to make that rotation because they had control of mid.
Oh!
But mid control means nothing if you can click ahead.
That was on point for the Omen. Double shots, no questions needed. That is how you hold the round, and Gangsters somehow managed to keep the pistol rounds intact.
Yeah, that's a very, very good round there. Particularly from Lirilia. Because there was a lot of lack of awareness, I think, in that first round. I know pistol rounds tend to be just kind of monkey rounds, but that awareness is still very, very important. And literally, it did exceptional work there towards the end of that round with that Ghost slamming out those headshots. And that's going to mean that gangsters are able to buy up some SMGs for this round, as is, you know, fairly expected, given that they did win the very first pistol. Glad to see the chat band have chosen not to force up. Sometimes we do see some teams doing that after losing the first round. It's silly, because it means that if you lose the second pistol round again, you cannot buy on the third round, and then your economy is just a meme. So this is a good call from chat band.
Paint is going out for Clark, immediately seeing if they can poke anything, but that actually does some damage by the looks of it. I think that will just about heal that up. But yeah, Diana, Kate going down to pretty much 55 with that shell. I'm going to throw the smoke out naturally, and that is going to be a quick rinse for Lyra. Managing to get the better of Mary, and now the commitments are coming thick and fast. Kiara gets one, but Girl to take it down as well by Diana, so it's a 4v3 situation for Gangsters. They will at least keep control of the spike, crucially. And now we're going to think of maybe attacking this a little bit of a different way here.
Ooh, some good sprays coming through there. Managing to get quite a few picks in that mid area. And this is, again, it's good to see that teams are trying to maintain control of mid for the moment. But chat band seem to have stalled out a little bit. Second time that we're going to see that heal go through onto the Raze. Oh, no. Make sure that she can continue playing. This could be deadly.
Oh, no.
Spike down mid.
Well, Lyra's got themselves a triple, and Pinkley is going to go down as a result. And that... the second you saw everybody come towards that box, you knew it was going to be a bad time.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, you don't want to waste too much time, especially once you've lost a few players. Like, yes, okay, you do need to kind of slow it down a little bit and think about how you want to approach the next execute. But if you take too much time, you just give your opponent time to set up whatever their defense is going to be. And now chat band, of course, having lost 2 pistol rounds in a row, are going to force up here. They do have the gun advantage. They did manage to get a couple of kills onto gangsters, which means that they don't have a full bonus coming into this round, which is very good news for chat band. Let's see if they can make something happen on this attack. They've already completely annihilated that Sage wall, which is good. It means that that's not going to shut down an attempt onto mid. They forced the Sage back as well, but they don't know about this lurk.
Oh, no.
No one's watching!
Oh, nobody did at all! Clark gets a double for free, and that is going to cost chat band a lot of problems here. Well, there's not much they're going to be able to do at this situation. Dana thought about going through that smoke, but wisely decided not to do so. But losing the Sage very early on alongside the Omen, not operators you really want to be dropping at this stage.
Oh, if you are pushing mid, you need to have someone checking all those other avenues, because someone could very easily be pushing up through sewers or pushing up through the, what's it called, weeb? I forget what it's actually called, where the masks are. Most people call it weeb just because it's funny. But like, you have to be watching those angles, because to get snuck up on like that, to have no one watching to see if someone is moving up through that. I mean, look at this. Not a single person was paying attention. You can't tunnel vision. You can't super focus onto one specific avenue. Why does that banner say cat jam in the chat?
You again, that's been there since yesterday.
I'm generally paying a little bit more attention to what's going on in the actual game. And then I see cat jam in the chat. Okay, dude. Thanks, production. Y'all are wild.
Well, we're going straight back into the thick of things. Excuse me? Alright, Pinkley, I see you.
Okay. Well, that's gonna shut down any attempts to go aggressive out of B hall, B garage. Now we slow down a little bit.
Oh,
Spike.
Mary again.
Ooh. Need to be careful. There's a Marshall on the board. Doesn't matter if the Marshall misses. And Spidoka's going to go down there. This is not a good round for chat band. They're so split up around the map as well, which also tends to work to their detriment quite badly. But in a 3v4, it's still definitely doable. Especially now that they've managed to even out the numbers a little bit. Get a little bit of an upgrade on the gun there.
Yeah, always a good call to be able to get that trade.
There we
Kiki
go.
gets themselves on the board as well, so Chat Band are gonna get, well, I was gonna say numbers advantage, but the res is gonna come through. Having said that, Killjoy immediately drops on down, so it is just the Omen and the Sage now, so back to a 3v2 situation. Kiki is just one tap away from going down, and unfortunately, that's what's gonna happen.
There's the tap.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, close.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Dana has to somehow hold this. Gets the hit with the Sheriff.
No.
Can they
No,
get
she
the reload? But I think that's it. They're not going to get it.
Oh my goodness, they managed to burn down the clock. I am amazed that Dana missed the shot onto the Sage because she was dead still holding the spike. They still managed to burn down the time on the clock, which is massive, so they will win out that round. But missing that shot is just... Look at this.
Boop, boop.
There should have been an insta-kill. But I suppose the panic sets in. And you're just like, oh my goodness, I need to kill this person right now or we're going to lose the round. So I can definitely see that being a factor.
I also get the feeling that it's one of those things where you expect them to immediately move.
That too.
And it's just like, okay, you're going to be, oh damn it, you moved the wrong way. It be like that sometimes, and look who's got an operator.
I'm very excited to see what Kim chooses to do with that operator in this round, as it seems for the moment she's going to be holding up in mid. Makes sense. Over in vents, but nothing's happening there for the moment, so she's going to start to rotate.
You should run.
Little do they know, the spike is all the way over towards B, which is also where the lockdown has just gone down. Very strange to me, because no one was in the vicinity. So yes, it clears out the site slightly. Is that meant to be a bait?
If that was meant to be a bait, I'm raising several questions, especially considering that the spike was just left in the back left corner as well. Nobody was holding onto it, so yeah, that's how they show what the play there was. And Champan have lost a member in the midst of all of that. Omen's going to scatter immediately, and that is going to be the spike going on down. Nello just hanging on beautifully, and Kim gets the up in there as well, because why the heck not? A flawless on the cards potentially here for Gangsters, because it's just Kiki left, and well, that's
left.
an entire zone pretty much occupied.
I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a bait to cause Gangsters to rotate once they saw no one pushed onto site with the lockdown. But Gangsters a little bit too savvy for that. And they realized no one... Oh my goodness. That's just unfortunate. And you can't even like blame her for that, right? Because she thought she cleared it. There was a smoke behind her. If she turns around to check behind her, somebody probably comes from in front of her. Like, there was just nothing to be done there in that situation.
Yeah, that's a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment.
Basically. It looks like Spidoka's one ult point away from her ultimate. Mary's one ult point away from Empress as well. What else have we got coming up? Nello's 2 ult points away from the lockdown. 2 ult points for Kim as well on the Blade Storm. Of course, we do have From the Shadows available for Lyrilia. And a tech pause, just in case you didn't see the cute little banner there that popped up.
The cute little hammer.
Yeah, Torb's hammer. Oh, wrong game.
I see now. That's quite funny. I was thinking about making the same joke, but I also knew that that's a very different game. I'm not gonna make the joke. So thank you for doing that for me.
You're welcome. See, one of the knives needs to be turned into a hammer, and then it'll. I mean, we've got a freaking hatchet, like a machete. Can't we get a hammer as well? Just start hammering people on the back of the head. This sounds terrible.
I mean,
video games are violent.
I mean, if you could put candy canes in, I'm pretty sure you could put it in a hammer, or even like a squeaky hammer. That would do it.
Oh my god, a squeaky hammer! Yes, it squeaks every time you bog someone on the head. Oh, I would love that.
Do you hear that, Riot? Please do that. Right, 4 points to 1 for Gangsters in the early stages, but obviously we know they started off strong in the previous matchup and then unfortunately conceded a handful of points in the second half. So whatever advantage they can take here, they'll absolutely do so, and a lot of blasting onto the wall for the time being. Paintshell's going to force Cloud to move, immediately retaliates with one of their own. Responds to the rest of them back. Can Piggly get anything at the Sheriff? Not this time.
It's another eco round for Chat Band. Oh! That's unfortunate. Again, that tunnel vision. You're following one person, don't realize that... Oh, no, she unscoped! Oh, my goodness. It's these, like... Ryan described this as a monkey paw effect. Just like, whatever could go wrong did. And poor Kim there just wasn't.
Oh.
No. Oh, but this is a good round for chat band. Gangsters just kind of not in the server on this round, as Mary will just go on and get a 4K there.
Nice and thrifty for chat band. That is just exactly what you want to see from your Reina. And also picking up that operator as well. And guess who gets that gifted to them? It's Spidoka. So, yeah, operator on the other side of the field now. And, well, that was unfortunate for Gangsters. And, yeah, I think it was. Is it Murphy's Law? I think that's what it's called. Is it anything that could go wrong will go wrong? And that was just unscoping at the wrong time. Looking dead ahead without looking down. It's just, it'd be like that. These things happen to the best of us.
That was a horrific eco round. Well, a horrific anti-eco for Gangsters, because losing to an eco is never the ideal situation. Oh my goodness, Dana. Like, just going so aggressive there. I love this. Chat band finally showing some serious gumption here, pushing straight through onto side, getting quite a few kills there, immediately getting the spike down. And now it's, what, a 3v5 retake?
Yeah, and well, make that 2v4 at this situation. Omen might be hurt, but it really doesn't matter at this stage. Nello is going to try and go on the prowl around, but again, they're the only ones left because guess what? It's the operator and Dana. Oh, again, just looked around at the last possible moment, and that is going to be another pick for Dana, almost tying things up in the first half.
Should never turn around a corner with your gun pointed in front of you, because obviously barrel of the gun gets seen around the corner. Usually you get the Volvo peak, where you just kind of 200 miles an hour zoom around the corner with your gun in front of you. That can fail, particularly if you're Newman and whoever's there is behind you and not in front of you, but it might have saved that Killjoy's life. Learn to Volvo peak. Move over on to our round 8 here. And chat band looking really good. Again, they kind of had a wonky start to the round, much like what we saw earlier, but once they start to get the feel of it, it improves slightly. Oh, Bladestorm off the field, denied!
Yep, that is no knife for you today, and Klaus, oh my god, that was free in the space of a second there for Gangsters. Goodness me. Everybody that could have gone down for chat band went down. It's just Omen and the Reina left. So despite getting that pick early on, that was not quite what they wanted. They at least managed to translate it back by taking the fellow Omen out. So it's a 2v2 situation. And where is the spike at the moment? Just planted into the mid with Omen going on the prowl.
Oh, they actually managed to get the pick off there, and they've managed to regroup as a team. So it's 2v1. If they swing on each other, there's a chance here. Don't go out too fast. Nice smoke. Oh, that was so well played. They bait out the gunshots as soon as the smoke goes down. That, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to clutch out that round, but they did it.
Yeah, that was, again, you see two people from opposing teams go into that box, and it's just like, who's going to see them first? And in this instance, it was the Omen. So very well held from chat band in the end, managed to set that one quite nicely. And with that being said, it's 4 apiece in this first half. We've still got another 4 points to go, and another technical pause.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I can see 2 of the players for chat band have got over 100 ping. I wonder where they're playing from. That's spicy.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have those kind of moments happen. I mean, we had a couple yesterday where we had somebody's ping that, well, didn't even have a number. It was just it was that wonderful symbol that you never like to see. But they did manage to come back through. They did manage to sort things out in the end, and well, like I said, it would not be any competitive tournaments in any game if there wasn't at least some kind of internet shenanigans on foot. But yeah, 4-4 at the moment. Which way do you see this going at this stage?
Oh, I think it's definitely hard to say. It's been very evenly matched. I expected Gangsters to get a little bit more of a runaway lead on this map, but they haven't actually been able to, despite having the advantage of being on the defensive side. And poor Kim tries to predict where she can get a shot through. It just does not work. And chat band continuing with this crazy aggressive style.
Yeah, Dana got 2 picks early on, finally going down on the side of chat band, but hey, they'll take that. They get the spike down, and the wall is up as well. So Clara and Sage gonna slowly make their way through. Now, which way are they? Poker Speed has the area covered, so they're gonna see. They know full well that they don't need to be moving too many places. But Lucy is gonna get the pick and actually gives Gangsters the numbers advantage. But no sooner have I said that, Berry goes down. Kim gets the shot with the operator, and the ult for Killjoy is up as well.
Bit of a strange way to plant and then run away to. Oh, got detained at the very last second, and now it's down to Mary. She just cannot clutch it out. So they planted in kind of the default position, but they pull all the way back to the bottom of ramps, kind of towards the spawn. And they had no real ultimates to deny a plant. They didn't have a lockdown of their own. They didn't have a Hunter's Fury, an Orbital Strike. I mean, they had nothing. So they were just going to have to peek out if someone started defusing and die, I guess. It's a very weird post-plant positioning there. And then the lockdown came out from Gangsters. And then for some reason, Pinkley just ran into it and got detained. Just, okay. A very weird post-plant there from Chatband. And a very easy retake for Gangsters.
Yeah, that gives them another point in this half, and we'll see if they can at least start to wind back up towards that 7 area. Obviously, only a couple more points left in this first half, so they'll have to be very careful what they're spending in these next couple of rounds. And as we slowly start to move on in, again, that middle confrontation between the two teams, Bombody rolling out. Clara immediately dispatches that, and Showstopper! Not going to really get anything, but completely dismantles the wall and crucially gets a pick on the way back, but it won't matter because Spidoka gets the res, and that is an op shot.
Yeah, that's Mary out of the picture, and that's going to put the numbers advantage firmly back in favor of Gangsters. Now, Kim is still holding on the B site, and the whole of Gangsters, what remaining members they have, are very, very split up at the moment because, of course, they don't know where the push is going to come from. However, some utility will come out. No utilities actually come out just yet. There we go. That's going to be the first little bit of utility that will give away that it will in fact be the A push.
3v2 situation. Wall is going to come out, so Clark isn't going to be able to do anything with that. Spike is going to go down. So 3v2 situation for Gangsters. Kim is going to pop the knives again. Can they get better purchase with it this time round?
Down to the 3v2. If they can move together and swing on one another, then you should be able to make something happen. Yeah. Oh, pick a target. Kim, however, manages to find her mark twice in a row and get the 4K. That was unfortunate. So we see the peek around the corner. There's 2 people, and you're just like, who do I shoot at? You wind up shooting at nobody and dying. But this is why it's so important to move together as a team, because there is someone who is able to swing on you and get those picks. Not that it was necessary, because Kim just did Kim things. This is yet another very good round here for Gangsters. They're trying to squeeze out as much of an advantage as they possibly can on this defensive round, because, again, they lose quite a bit of an advantage once they move over onto the attack side.
Damage limitations, essentially. But, yeah, 6 points to 4, with just 2 more points left in the first half. And, again, looks like we're being a bit cautious with this, but it looks like a full B push may be on the horizon, and yeah, they're all walking in here.
Now see, this is a lockdown that seems to make a little bit more sense, as we see it come down for Chatband, and they are seemingly going to actually try and push here, but a lot of utility coming from Gangsters to try and shut down their push. They want to nullify this lockdown as much as possible. Now the Oh, beautiful play from Clark. And that wasn't even the... Like, we see a showstopper come out from Chatband, and Clark just shuts it down with a blast pack. How does that... What?
Well, that's a triple. Apparently, Jared got a triple in the midst of all of that. Reyna gets a out of nowhere kill as well. So it's a 4v1 situation. And immediately noped by the operator.
I'm still reeling from that Raze play. See, I heard the showstopper come out, and so I thought that it was the showstopper kills, and then I saw the symbols in the kill feed, and it was blast pack. And I saw that Claire hadn't actually used her showstopper. You can see she's 1 health point away. She shut down Dana's showstopper and got a second kill with a freaking blast pack. How big brain do you need to be to make something like that happen? That is so well played. And then again, we saw the lockdown come through from chat band, and Gangster just completely shut it down by throwing out utility after utility. They just did not allow any movement onto the side. That was amazing hold from Gangsters.
Oh, Bomb Buddy just got it. I think that was a Bomb Buddy. Bomb Buddy against Mary. Like, 3 of them were there, but nobody shut it down in time. Nello goes down to 3 HP and has to get their heck out of there. But this is a all over the place final match in this first half. Pink is going to peek through the smokes and immediately get taken out. 3-2 advantage for Gangsters, but Spike is down.
Team still has that operator though. There's a fairly decent sightline from Heaven here. Oh, gonna drop the op. I think that's a fair idea, especially because Heaven has just been smoked off. But needs to be. Oh no, Chet! Oh well.
They got away with that. The pair of them went right through that, but thankfully there was somebody on the high ground. There will be a defuse, and Gangsters will end the first half with an 8-4 advantage.
Oh, that time it really was the Bomb Buddy. Oh my goodness, you actually get to see the silhouette die. Oh man, I think she was like in the middle of a reload as well. Had fired all of her shots into the wall, and the Bomb Buddy comes out and gets the kill there. That's so gross. That was so good.
Oh my god.
You get to watch it again?
But yeah,
Look,
here we go.
Watch her silhouette.
And
She starts reloading.
Ah.
Oh man, you hate to see it.
Oh gosh, it reminds me of Splatoon in a way, like with the auto bombs. Like they'll waddle along, and normally you're able to get out of the way of the blast radius of those kind of things. But every now and then it will catch you off guard, and it's like, well, I guess I'm down. So it really be like that sometimes, and it's good to see the Bomb Buddy actually get an elimination this time.
Well, we've now swapped sides. Pistol rounds once again, and like we said, I think you mentioned it was Chatban that hadn't won a pistol round.
Yep, that is correct.
Still a trend. Oh, Alarm Buddy out. What?
Excuse.
And now it's Dana's turn to just get ridiculous value from her utility. Like, that just should not be happening. And yet it does. And immediately that's a numbers advantage here for Chatban.
If they want a pistol round point, they actually want to start this second half as strong as possible. And with that, a 5-4 advantage, as you say. And it looks like the rotate is coming out towards A. Spike and Omen very much going that way. But will the rest of Gangsters know that this is what's going to be happening? We've got 2 still stationed on B. Well, 3 pretty much stationed on B, with only 2 on the other side of the field.
There's 1 chilling out in ropes from Gangsters. As they're starting to... Oh, Mary, you absolute beast. Goes for the heal instead of the dismiss and gets taken down there. This has been a pretty decent defense, I must say. Mary being able to get 2 kills there, and then Spidoka follows it up, getting a 3rd. And now with just Claw being the last lady standing.
No, turret's not going to help, and there's the smoke as well for good measure.
Ooh.
Somehow gets the headshot and all that, so the turret's offline.
No.
No. Absolutely no.
I mean, she doesn't have the spike, so, like, it's pointless. But if she can get this kill... Nah, not enough time. And she was chasing her as well. She's like, get back here. I'm gonna kill you. 19 HP, and she's just like, get back here.
Good to see.
Need the Running in the 90s soundtrack for that one.
Or the Benny Hill music. The Benny Hill music would work too. But yeah, that was a really good stand at that end. Like, despite all the pressure put onto them, the smoke, the turret, still managed to get 2 of the kills. Not quite able to get the Yeoman, as you say. So the point does go to Chatband in the end. But it's just like they finally get the pistol round. But yeah, Gangster's still very much telling them we're still very much in this.
All right. Oh, we've got a lurking... Okay, so it was just to put down the turret to see if anybody pushes out aggressively from A site. But it looks like the push is going to go towards B. Oh, goodness. The paranoia is going to come out. The swing's going to come through. Yeah.
Spike down.
The information relay there was just way too good. As soon as that wall went up, it was amazing to have had Kiki on the side there to see as soon as the wall goes up. And I knew once that paranoia went out, that was it. I didn't even realize that there was a nano swarm in the bottom there as well. Like, there was just no getting through that.
Yeah, Piccoli gets the double. Dana gets another kill with their utility. It's all coming up chat band, and just like they did in the previous set, where they just had a very strong second half, they're already starting as they mean to go on with 2 points back to back. We'll see if they can take this away. Remember, if they do win this matchup, they are through to the grand finals on a 2-0 in this set. So it's all to play for still, and it's just a 2-point game.
Oh, Dana, let's see if you can get some crazy value out of you. Oh, throws it into the slow orb as well. Not able to get the kill, though. And, of course, Sage is right there to give a little bit of that healing. That could have been massive, but unfortunately doesn't get the value that they would have wanted. And now, how has Raze gotten so far into ropes? I mean, this is ridiculous. Run away.
Yep, you get one down. And bomb buddy. Oh goodness! Oh my god! Hey, do you like jump scares?
But that's one way to hold mid. I'm not gonna hold in mid. I'm just gonna wait for you to walk into ropes and then mow you down as you try and climb your way into the B side, onto the A side rather. Oh.
Gosh, what more do you even need to say at this stage? A 3v2 situation for Chatban. Make that a 3v1. It is just Lucy at the stage, who does get one at the very least. And was that a showstopper I heard? It was. Didn't quite get it. No, don't you. Oh, no!
Lucy in the sky with death.
Yeah, mid healing. And as they were getting their weapon back out, guess who has to turn around the corner? Of course it's Dana, who gets themselves another quad as well. And, well, that is exactly what Chatban need. 3 for 3 in the second half.
Dana and Klar have been so insane for their respective teams today. I've been really impressed with the Raze plays coming out of these two ladies. It's always so much fun to watch, particularly when you're seeing the most ridiculous utility kills. Like, that should not be happening. And it's just really good intuition from the ladies. And I would guess a lot of practice, knowing lineups, knowing timings, knowing how long it takes teams to get from A to B. And now, Gangsters got coming into this round on an eco. Oh!
Mary, brave and bold, gets themselves a double in the midst of all of that. Sage is in on the action as well. Mary is on a triple. It's just Lucy left up. The paint is not going to cause damage this time around, just above the ice wall, but still, everybody went down in that corner.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like I said, eco round, it's one of the things you come to expect. And now it's Lucy once again, last person alive. Too many angles to check, gets mowed down. And this is exactly what I thought would happen in this round. Because an eco rush doesn't generally tend to get too many results. But now Gangsters should, yeah, they'll be able to full buy up here. So they're at least going to come into this next round with a full buy. But the score has already been evened out for Chatband. They managed to get 4 rounds, and they won their very first pistols. I actually didn't even comment on that. Well done.
Also, the fact that they won it with a timeout. Like, we don't normally see that icon on the scoreboard. It's like, we got a timeout, a full kill, a defuse, and another full kill. It's just like, all right, we're getting all of them now. And a tactical pause this time coming out for Gangsters.
Ooh. I wonder what spicy strats we might see. I think this is the first time we've seen a tac pause in this tournament. I didn't even know they had tac pauses.
Yep, we got technicals and we got tacticals, so...
Very cool.
It's nice to see them actually be able to deploy the tac pause in the midst of all of this. I mean, you know, again, Gangsters... I feel like the pause is for a very good reason as well. You know, they had a pretty strong showing in the first half of the previous match, and then Chatban started to just roll them back into the second half. Now it's done the same again. They had the lead going into the second half and immediately have conceded 4 points back to back to Chatban. So it's just like they need to have like just a moment to take a step back and just be like, okay, look, something isn't working here. We have to try and fix something. We have to change our playstyle a little bit to accommodate what Chatban are throwing at us.
Well, they're going to be coming through with full rifles. They've got Empress available. They've got the res. And they're 2 ult points away from a lockdown. So they've got a lot to work with at the very least in this next round. And now it just comes down to how are they going to make that happen? Everyone on Gangsters that doesn't already have their ultimate is about 1, maybe 2 ult points away from their ultimates, which means that by the end of this round, we should see a couple online, unless somebody just goes wild and gets an ace. If everyone gets 1 kill, we're probably going to see a stacked board of ultimates for Gangsters. So this could be a very, very important round for them to give them even more tools into the next round. Now we get to see the fruits of their attack pause, as it seems they are actually going for that elusive mid-control.
Not many people are lingering on mid at the moment. Most of them are just covering either B or covering A, so interesting decision from all sides, it must be said. But now they're actually starting to rotate back, and it looks like they're now hopping over towards A.
They have left one up in mailroom, which is interesting. Clara is going to be chilling up in mailroom while the rest of her team moves. Now, of course, this is probably meant to be some sort of a diversion or possibly just a lurk. Maybe because she's not going to be able to get back to the rest of her team if she moves through into heaven. So this is clearly meant as some sort of a distraction. While the rest of the team...
Oh. Well, they tried to lay down the bait. Nothing happened, and Sage gets the first pick, and that has not worked for Gangsters in the slightest.
30 seconds left.
It's a very strange rotation. They rotate all the way around and then just come back and now move into heaven.
I mean, Lucy manages to get the better of the Sage on this occasion, but again, everybody now knows what's happening. That is going to be a rinse through for Dana, and, well, they
don't have time.
No, not only do they not have time, they are just losing bodies left, right, and center, and that is going to be another timeout win, would you believe it? Shot right towards the end as well, and Chapan just walk away with that lead.
At this point, I can absolutely believe it, just given the wild rotation that they went on. They just went on an adventure. They were like, we're going to see the map. And they just went all the way around, loop-de-loop, came back, and then got mowed down. They were expecting Chatban to take some sort of a bait and start moving and rotating so that they could get a sight clear, but it just didn't happen. Chatban playing way too patiently, not getting caught out by baits. I mean, even after Clara gets taken down, we just see the slow orb come out in case there's a push, but it doesn't get called out. Hey, there's people here because no one pushes into the slow orb, so the rotation isn't necessary. Chatband are playing this very, very well.
And Piccoli just taking shelter by the ropes for the time being. Again, more smoke and another paint shell straight through it. No purchase just yet, and again, another trap triggered, but again, just a full middle push for the time being. Another bomb buddy going to roll on out. Now they know that there's at least people around there. Always good to have that extra detection. But will we see an actual B push coming out from this? Again, they've got this on lockdown. Paint is not going to bother them in the slightest. Cloud is going to take a peek, take the turret offline. But again, nothing else more than that for now.
Slightly better rotation here at the very least. And a nice early pick-off up in heaven, and there's still the lurk all the way on A that manages to get some value. This is a much better round for Gangsters.
Showstopper giving in the overkill for the Omen. Omen was already down and got an extra explosion for their measure. 4 versus 2 for Gangsters, and that is a Killjoy ult going up. Well, both of them are being activated.
The Venn diagram is at it again. Teams scramble to find a place that doesn't allow them to get detained.
No charges left. Your duty is not.
Wait, is that Rez? The Rez doesn't get denied. That's insane.
And not only that, they managed to get the headshot on the roof as well. So it actually brought the numbers advantage back to Chapan. They finally lose one. It is just the Sage on their own sub. Can they do anything about this? Spidoka gonna go for the defuse and immediately gets picked by Gangsters. That will be the triple for Kim. That will be Gangsters tying this back up.
There was a lot of utility there, and it was a little unfortunate because Spidoka, she actually sees the jet kind of shoulder peek out of heaven and opts to continue trying to defuse. Obviously, because like if you don't stick it, you're either gonna die or run out of time. Either way, you lose the round. So you kind of gotta hope for the best, and gets taken down by Kim in heaven. It was pretty expected there. Much better round here from Gangsters. I really enjoyed that they actually seemed to have a plan of action going into that one. Dana, what the hell, girl?
Dana said no chill, takes out Omen immediately with that. That was a go big go home moment, and that is going to give Chat Band once again the numbers advantage in the early stages. Any elimination with the showstopper is a good elimination. That is going to slow things down a bit, but having said that, Clara at least gets Mary down, so back to 4v4.
The opposing Rays returns the favor, so that we're going to bring that back to even numbers. And once again, Gangsters fairly split up around the map here. Now, of course, they've got Nila all the way towards A on that lurk once again. She did manage to get some value on that side previously. The Spike's still kind of down in that mid area for the moment as they're waiting to find an opening, but they need to be careful because two players from Chat Band are moving through ropes right now, and they're going to start to cause a pincer if they don't start moving very, very quickly.
Yeah, Dana going.
No ways.
No.
30
Biggly's
seconds
gonna get the
left.
pick
Spike's
on
going to
Kim.
This is so good. The bait, but Gangsters are moving too slowly. They're not going to get onto site in time. They don't realize that the site's completely empty.
Cloud does at least get the pink on Piccoli, so that is 3v3 situation. Dana is going to get the pick on Kla, so 3v2 for Chat Band. Spike does go down in the end, and Ice Wall is going to go up as well. Wildernide and Bomb Buddy for the time being. What can Sage and the Killjoy do in this situation? Nello just holding on to this corner, but this is going to be a peak and a half.
Oh! That was so close. I really like that play from Gangsters, but Chat Band are just so on it today. They have such good reads. Dana just does crazy things. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about her. She's insane. But Gangsters had such a good rotation, but then it comes down to those post plants. The wall was good, but I don't believe that Lucy should have stayed on top of the wall because there was no one to watch from the other side of the site. So it was a little bit difficult to actually hold on once the spike had gone down. That is another tech pause.
Yeah, technical pause for Chat Band again, amusingly enough. Again, just a bit more of a high ping, but we kind of look at the stats there as well, and you see the fact that you got Clara and you got Kim, they're on 16 and 18 kills respectively. Well, Kim and Lucy both on 16, Clara on 18, but then you look at Dana with 24. That is unbelievable. I mean, talk about a playmaker.
Like I said, man, she's just insane. And only 15 deaths as well. Like, she's doing so much for her team. Her pure unbridled aggression and that game sense and awareness that I spoke about on Bind earlier, the combination between those two is insane. But now we're going to see Kim finally pop the Blade Storm. Oh no, they're going for this again. As soon as Kiki sees the wall, she's just going to Oh my goodness, who needs a paranoia? What?
Kiki! That was just
through.
That was just straight up spraying through the cloud and gets two. To be fair, gets one back. I mean, Nello gets a sheriff shot, but seriously though, Chat Band, what in the world?
I mean, that was an eco. So again, expecting not too much to come out of it. But for her to get that much value just spraying through the smoke, I mean, they didn't even have a chance to try and make something happen. Just completely shut down. And now we're so close to that match point area, and Gangsters obviously clawing. This is already a better scoreline than what we saw on Bind, which was also a very close map. That went to 13-8. So Gangsters have managed to bring it up to 9 points here. Can they make the turnaround? They're able to full buy this round. They have two ultimates online here. One of them is the res, so they can bring the numbers advantage back if they need to in the late game. They have some decent tactical awareness. And immediately a great opening pickoff there onto Dana, the most dangerous player on Chat Band at the moment. This is a fantastic opening. Now, how do they, use that? How do they use that to springboard themselves, leverage that into another round win?
Well, they're going to take out as much utility as they can. Nello's going to get at least something on their side of the field and immediately plays a couple alarm bots down. So Mary is all the way up there, and the rotation is coming over towards A. Omen not
No,
quite with the
doesn't get
rest
the
of them, but
kill.
still, yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be good. It's a pincer.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
no.
Spike down A.
Ring a Rosie, chat band on top. Such good movement and prediction
point.
to know exactly what gangsters are going to be doing at any given time, creating such a good crossfire here between Kiki and Mary, and then of course you have Pinkley up in heaven to get those last kind of cleanup kills. And Dana has another showstopper online. They've got full rifles. It's match point. Gangsters still 2 ultimates, but with a very janky buy. They're forcing up, but it's not enough to get decent guns. Save for 2 players who are able to actually get some phantoms. But oh, I don't know. I think this could be it. Gangsters, you gotta pull out something amazing here.
We're currently going straight on through into the middle side of the situation. Again, bomb buddies rolling out all over the place, but they're actually kind of spread out. We got one lurking all the way over on A, but it looks like the commitment is now finally coming on out, but pretty much most of everybody is going to be on B, so Pinkley waiting for another turnaround.
Ooh.
Missed the initial shot, but gets the rebound on the headshot.
Ooh.
Gets 2 for their triples. And that is going to be a 4v3. Showstopper comes out. No real purchase on it, but the ult for Killjoy is going to drop on down as well.
Oh, Kim, that's dirty. Actually waits to kill the lockdown before, like, until she's already killed the Killjoy. And that's huge, but it's not going to be enough. It's Nello and Kim against the world. Nello on like 2 HP in a dream.
Last player standing.
And poor Kim already taken down. Okay, 11 HP. I was close.
Well, that's pretty much going to be that. Nello pretty much on the bare minimum. And that is going to be that. Chat ban 13-9 in the second match will take this set by 2 points to 0. We will not be seeing Ascent in this set. It ends like that. 13-8 in the first point, 13-9 in the second. And it's Chat Band who make their way into grand finals.
And again, Dana just doing so much. 9 kill points ahead of Klar, who was, you know, the other Raze in the server. And Klar did amazing stuff as well, but Dana just, she shone so bright on that one. So unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to Gangsters, but we get to see Chat Band again, which is really exciting because they're going to be heading on up to the grand final.
Yeah, going to be incredible to see what they do in there. And especially, again, as you say, Dana, it's just so many kills. I think with 27 they ended that one on. So just unbelievable. And obviously the rest of the team rallying behind them quite nicely as well. We saw the Open getting a couple picks in there. Just flat out spraying through smokes. Like, it's just like, hey, we pretty much know that everybody's going to be there. Why the heck not?
Yeah.
So,
value, that's what we call that.
Top quality value, and you like to see it. So with that being said, we are going to go on off to a break. I do believe it's currently 1 apiece in the other semi-final, so the girls definitely have a lot of work cut out for them. So who will be advancing to take on Chat Band in the grand finals? We'll find out in just a moment when we return for day 2 of the Huntress trials. Welcome back, my friends, to day 2 of the Huntress trials here at RixGG, our wonderful competition organized for women and marginalized genders. I am still your girl, TK Layla Mizuki, joining me on co-casting, and we are set and ready for the grand finals. It will be Chat Band against Oxygen Esports, who took out the reigning champions, the girls, in a 2-1 set in the semifinals.
And what an interesting scoreline. We didn't get to broadcast it, unfortunately, but the first map was a 13-5 sweep for the gals on Bind. They went over onto Ascent. That was a phenomenally close match where it just got eked out 13-10 for Oxygen. But on the final map, which was split, Oxygen with a massive resurgence with a 13-3 victory over Legals. So a very, very solid performance there. Well-deserved entry into our grand finals. And of course, they're coming up against Chat Band, who we saw on stream a little while ago with some amazing plays. I'm so looking forward to seeing how this team stack up against each other.
Yeah, it should be exciting from both sides of the field, and I do believe we have our band set and ready to go. And it does pain us to say that there will be no Icebox on stream. We got banned again alongside Haven. Ironically enough, there has been Icebox. We have had teams pick to play on Icebox during this tournament, but just unfortunately, we haven't been able to stream them. So it'd be like that sometimes. But
I feel persecuted.
I know, right? But yeah, we will start with Ascent. That's Oxygen's pick. Then we will go to Bind. And if we go to match number 3, Split will be the deciding vote.
This kind of plays directly into Oxygen's playbook, though, because the series that they've played over the course of the weekend have all been Ascent and Bind, over and over and over again. And of course, the one time where they went to a map 3, it was third map, you guessed it, Split. I would have thought maybe Chat Band would have had a look at that and then opted to maybe swap out one of those particular maps and try and focus on a different one instead. Maybe try and get an advantage in that regard. But no, Ascent and Bind, we're just going to carry on with the same playbook.
Yeah, it's going to be like that. I mean, to be fair, we did have Split in the match that we saw previously, and in all fairness, you know, maybe they're not particularly comfortable playing on Haven. It sometimes be like that. Some stages just teams prefer more than others. And to be fair, when you see the lineup that Chat Band have at their disposal and how aggressive that they want to jump straight on in, especially with the Rays, you get the feeling that certain maps, you know, gravitate towards that playstyle a little bit more.
Oh, absolutely. Playstyles definitely play a massive part in which map you choose to, you know, play on. So now we're finally going to see these agents start to lock in. We're seeing some familiar agent picks here. Of course, Pinkerly on that Killjoy. She was playing a phenomenal match in the last series on that hero. Dana, of course, on the Rays. Really looking forward to seeing how she stacks up here. Kiki probably going to go with that Omen. Mary, of course, on that Reyna. An absolutely devastating force. And Spidoka moved over from the Sage, going to be playing on that Sova, which I believe she played in the previous Huntress trials as well. So looking forward to that. And of course, Sova, very important on Ascent. As we see, Aretha has also picked up on that. Philippa on that Sage once again. The Battle Sage coming in strong. Rainsa, we loved watching her yesterday. These Astra plays were phenomenal. She had so much value in that. So hopefully she can keep up that. Ness as well on the... I nearly said on the Kim. Kim was the Jet in the previous series. Ness on the Jet. So looking forward to those op plays. And of course, you're going to be back on the Killjoy. No. Okay.
I was going to say, Rain literally went through all of the characters you wanted to see. Like, Viper was on that rotation as well. But no, go straight back to the Astra.
I think they watched the stream and they were like, this is what she wants. We will mess with her.
It's like, you stop that right now. But yeah, everyone is fully locked in now. So... interesting setups from both sides of the field, both coming in with a Killjoy, both coming in with a Sova, as you say. Always nice to be able to get those darts in. There's a lot of different options and holes that you could just pop that on through as well. So really good chance to get intel and also to stall out as well. Obviously the Omen and the Reyna and the Rays will be going up against the Astra, the Jet, and crucially, the Rain.
I do love the way that they've spelt oxygen. So, okay, it's a little wonky on the overlay because we've taken the org's name, but for this particular team, for the FE team, it's OXXGEN. And I think that has to do with like X and Y chromosomes. And I think that's like the cleverest way of saying like, this is our FE team without calling it Oxygen FE. I love that because the whole like FE naming convention is terrible. So I really, really like that. It's a really cool play. And I hope to see more creativity from other teams with that. But here we are, finally, on Ascent. Oxygen going to be on the attack first up. And looking to get potentially aggressive. I do like that they're starting out very split up from the get-go, not going for any of these crazy rushes onto a particular site. First going to try and gather a little bit of intel before they start pushing in.
Yeah, our first match in the grand final. Seriously hope this should be an exciting one, and I hope that everybody is in chat is just as excited as we are for this competition to begin. Very much all split up for the time being. It looks like the spike is starting to move towards the B side of the field. Ooh. Our first throwaway is going to go the way of Ness with the Ghost, getting the pick where they needed to most. Take a little bit of damage, but to be fair, they get the elimination. That's what matters most.
And a very, very good elimination. It clears out mid massively, so Rainta has an opportunity to potentially push through, but has decided to back out. The smoke giving a little bit of extra cover there, so instead, the spike, after making a little noise on the B side, is going to start that rotation towards A. But Chatband have not fallen for this. Dana is waiting in tree. We've got the Omen waiting in wine. Peaky pulls out, though, very, very early. They're trying to deny Oxygen from getting onto the site at all.
30 seconds left.
Looks like it, and again, Fire it just spraying on around with the frenzy, but they are going to lose another one and make that 3 in a row for Chatband going down. A lot of damage, a lot of spray is happening, but they've only managed to take down 1, and that is not going to go well for Chatband. It is just Dana left with the spike down as well, and this does not look to be a very good situation for Dana. They're going to try and get some kind of purchase, gets a little bit of damage again, but look at how weak everybody is. And finally, the pincer.
That's interesting. She could have gotten the kill onto Ness. I'm surprised she opted not to take those shots as she was just behind the box there. Yeah, right here. Thank you. Oh, production. You're so helpful. And unfortunately, as trying to run away in heaven, swaps out the knife and the gun consistently, and then, of course, gets caught out. Didn't realize there was someone sneaking up behind her. A very solid first round here from Oxygen. But Chatband, not a team to be counted out. I think in the previous series, they won 2 out of 6 pistol rounds, and they were still able to turn things around in their favor. So we're going to give them a chance to see if they can bring this one back around, as Oxygen look like they're going for a pretty solid push through mid here.
Yeah, and quickly retreating off the second they see the paint shell coming on out. And wisely doing now going in for the full commitment. Everybody will be ready for it, though. And a lot of trades. Omen gets a good couple picks as well. But crucially, it's a 3v3 situation. We're going to get the swamp out there as well. Dana just going to fire on him with the shout. But that is surely going to be another plan.
3v3 here. Need to be careful because Gaia is flanking towards... Oh, she's flanking out towards Catwalk. She's going to be coming in behind.
Recalling my bot.
This is going to be a massive pincer movement.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that is going to be immediately rinsed on through the quad finesse. So lighting things up in the early stages. And that already doubles Oxygen's lead. And again, Omen getting a good couple of headshots and some spray damage. But crucially, it's Ness from range with the Ghost once more just finding their targets.
Amazing round there from Ness. Very well played. Didn't even need that lurk, to be honest. Like, waiting for Guy to get into position, and it's like, all right, you're taking too long, clock's running down. I'm gonna go kill things. So it's a good mentality for your Jet to have, I suppose. And, of course, she's topping the leaderboard there, doing some phenomenal work. But this time around, Chatband are going to be able to come through with full rifles. That is an early Blade Storm from Ness. She is just going ham right now.
Rain caught just on the reload cycle, unfortunately, and Felipe going down as well. Mary got themselves a double in the midst of all of that, and that means it's just the one left for Oxygen.
It was weird dying to that nano swarm there instead of moving out, but I suppose at that point you just realize not much is going to help you. This was a very, very good defensive round from Chat Band. They were expecting the aggression to come through up mid. They'd seen, 2 rounds in a row, mid was a viable option for Oxygen, and instead they opted to shut that down straight away. Despite losing a player very early on in the round, they were still able to shut down both Rainsa and Ness, and of course those are the 2 powerhouses at the moment for Oxygen. So get them out of the way and you've basically won yourself a defense.
So yeah, I was gonna say, like, after 2 points done, it was just like, what the heck? Jet just popping out ults almost immediately, and now look what Jet's holding on to.
Oh yes, this is gonna be a interesting one. We'll see if we can get some value out of that for the time being. Nice little split as well. Gets all the way down in Catwalk. Makes a lot of sense. Wants to get some nice tight angles. Give some cover for the rest of her team. Slow and steady. I think this is something I mentioned about Oxygen yesterday. They really think things out before they start to make a move. Plan how they want to approach a site. Wait till they gather a little bit of intel. Do some fakes every now and then. And it looks like the spike's going to be moving towards A this time.
Yeah, it looks like the full commitment does seem to be on the cards, and especially with 1 in mid and 2 on B, it'll be a good chance to catch him on the back foot. The smokes are going to go down as well. So I'm going to try and pop up a counter as well, but Dana on the high ground at least managed to get 1 for their troubles. And in fact, it's a 4v3 situation for them now.
Oh, down to the 3v3. Mary doing her best. Trying to get a couple kills there. Spike has already gone down.
1 enemy remaining.
They actually dropped the Cosmic Divide. That's ballsy. Of course, that shuts down a lot of the sound cues. So Reigns is not going to be able to hear if they start to defuse. Unless she's positioned it perfectly that she can see the spike.
Oh, unfortunately, he's going to go straight into that spray. Nothing that they could do about that. And Chat Band, again, despite conceding like the first couple of points in the round, we saw them do that in the previous set as well, where they were consistently dropping the first couple of points. They find a way to bring it on back. They've already tied it up in the early stages. And again, some really good coordination, especially with Mary, just again, biding their time on that high ground, just waiting it out.
Definitely wasn't a fan of that wall. Like I said, she would never have been able to hear if the defuse was starting to come through. She would have had to push out of her own wall. And for Chat Band, who were being defensive there, they just needed to watch the wall. As soon as Rainsa peeked out, that was that. That was the end of that. So definitely something to look into. And of course, that's 2 ultimates used in the last couple of rounds. They are getting pretty close to some more ults, and they do have the res available. But of course, Chat Band have Empress and Dana's Showstopper ready to go. We saw how deadly those Showstoppers can be in the previous series, getting 2 to 3 Ks in almost every utilization. Very, very powerful ultimate there. So Oxygen gonna need to keep an eye out for that one.
Again, looks like the rotation doesn't happen at this stage. It looks like the B push is potentially on here, and especially since they've got the middle scoped out as well. If they are going to start retreating on out, Mary will likely be on hand to at least hear some of it. And that's a shock bolt, immediately catching Ness out. 35 health is what they're down to now, and that's never what you want in the early stages.
Spidoka's on a massive lurk over towards the A side. Hopefully you're going to get some value there, maybe get an early pick off to create some space, because while the spike is edging towards B, nothing is committed just yet. So she's waiting to hear, does something happen? Philippa goes down, but the trades are going to come back and forth.
Yeah, and Jet in the middle as well. Pinkley is trying to get some spray out. I don't know if they realize if the Jet is currently bunkered on down there or not.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the spike has hightailed it all the way towards the A site instead, and it's just Kiki holding that A site. The rest of Chat Band are still kind of holed up on the B site. Ness is going to start making her way towards A as well. Can Kiki defend?
Remaining.
Oh, she can!
Down A.
Double kill again. The pair of them were not looking through that angle whatsoever. And that is going to be a very quick rinse through. And now it's just Ness. And that is definitely not going to go Oxygen's way in the slightest. That is Chat Band getting the timeout, getting the lead back.
Ooh, no save for you, Ness. Very nice. Tries to pick up a rifle off the ground and hold on to it, but gonna be absolutely denied instead. This was insanely clutch from Kiki. This is exactly what she needed to do to secure the round, and she did it beautifully. Very well played there. Now Oxygen forced to kind of force up here, but if they lose out this round, they will have the losers bonus, of course, but it's not going to be ideal. Chatband, of course, full rifled up. They have both of the ultimates I mentioned previously, but now, of course, they have the From the Shadows as well. And Oxygen have a Hunter's Fury to play with, so they can make one of those plays. You plant the spike, and then you hightail it out to the other side of the map, use the Hunter's Fury to deny the defuse. But, of course, that's if Chatband allow them the opportunity to plant at all.
Yeah, so they haven't really been able to have a chance to do so as of yet, especially after those first 2 points. Again, as we see the smoke be deployed, they are thinking about going back towards middle here for the time being. Again, everybody very much split out, and we've seen Oxygen be able to hold these so far, and the door is actually going to be activated immediately. So Kiki at least able to take the turn out and just avoid the oncoming fire from Gia. So crucially, nobody down on either side yet.
A little bit of back and forth play here. Spray and pray. Mary holding in tree. Waiting for someone to peek out. Oh, what a good play off of the shock dart. So good. As she turns her head, the kill comes through, and Kiki does not check the corner. Gia is in hell. Honestly, I think Chatband's in hell at this point.
Yeah, it's a 5-on-2 situation for Chatband. Just the Killjoy and the Sova up. They're both in mid, and the entirety of Oxygen are just nice and spread out. They've pretty much got every angle covered, and this is going to be a hard one for Chatband to take back.
Yeah, very good post-plant positions here from Oxygen Esports. They have every angle covered. Chatband, there's no way they actually try to contest this. They're likely just going to try and save their weapons if possible. Oh, managed to take down one. Takes down another. Yo, not bad. And what?
Wow.
Oh, they give up so much. They're pushing out, opting to kind of go for those, like, thirst kills, right? They had the thirst for blood. They headed out there trying to get the last 2 players. They lost 3 of their own players in their quest to get those guns off the board. Now, they do actually manage to do that. They take the rifles out of Chatband's hands, but does it really matter? Spidoka has now bought an Odin. The rest of the team are all rifled up. Yeah, you love to see it. Over on that B site, exactly where you want to see that happen. We're going to see the Sonic Dart go through there. Recon Bolt. Waiting for the information. Is the spray. Doesn't connect, though. Very good reactions there from Gia.
Yeah, and obviously they'll relay that straight back to, like, well, we already know exactly where they're going to be stationed up with those kind of picks, but it is going to be nobody down on this for this time. Also, look at the amount of specials that are currently ready for everybody. Chatband has literally the entire lineup set and ready to go.
Now, unfortunately, Gia has taken a little bit of damage, but will get healed up. So not a massive issue at this point as she moves back towards where she was lurking. Trying to get a little bit of information there. Thus far, the Odin hasn't had too much value yet. Hasn't had the opportunity. Spike's going to be moving towards that A site. Oh, that's a lot of fires. It's going to be a very, very fire rush onto the A site. Dash into the smoke to try and get some vantage point. Gives away her position.
Oh gosh, Felipe got one, but unfortunately 2 down immediately as Kiki gets themselves another double kill. Make that a triple! Holding down the A site pretty much amazingly well. Gia is going to be trying to get a pick back, but unfortunately it's the quad for Kiki. And wow, they are not planted on A anytime soon.
Kiki is doing so well today. She didn't really show up this well yesterday. Of course, she was there. She was doing work, but wow, she's really doing so much today. Of course, Kiki coming from the CS background makes sense. She's got a lot of practice in this, and now Chatband have forced Oxygen onto an eco round yet again. This is looking like a much stronger Chatband than what we saw earlier today. I think they took that hour break to kind of recoup themselves a little bit, give themselves a mental reboot. And of course, Oxygen have basically just come off the back of their semi-final, which ended very shortly before we went live here. So might be a little bit rattled from that, maybe a little bit tired. They do have a lot of ultimates to use. Rainsa is 2 away from having another one of the Cosmic Divides. But they don't want to spend too much in this round because it is an eco. Now, if they can get some guns out of Chatban's hands, that would be good. Try and dent that economy just a little bit, especially if they can upgrade their own weaponry, but I don't see Chatban just letting that happen.
No, and it looks like we got ourselves another pause going on as well. I'm going to assume it's a technical pause. We're not until 100% sure what kind of pause we are having here at the moment, but clearly gotta have something to be fixed a little bit, and also gives them a chance to just have a quick chat amongst themselves as well. And to be fair for Chatband, you know, they do have the lead for the time being, a 4-3 situation. Obviously, it's still incredibly close between these two, and to be fair, that's what we want from a grand final.
Very short pause, so quite likely it was attack pause, but or rather attack pause, but not the end of the world. Ooh, Reigns only has one of those stars down. That's not good. Not going to be able to utilize her to her full potential. Of course, this being an eco, she wasn't able to buy more stars, so going to be difficult coming into this one. Not going to be able to utilize those smokes too much. Of course, Ness will immediately pop the Blade Storm. Oh, and they're running straight into this Odin.
Yeah, but the Odin, crucially, is not finding any purchase with it, and that is going to be a full situation onto B, so they actually will get the plant down here.
Spike will go down, and they have an opportunity to set up a nice little turret plant here. Oh, misses most of the knives. Does manage to get one kill, but Mary is going to equalize, and that is huge for Chatband in this retake.
Your duty is not over.
Oh, that's going to be a rest, so Nez will be straight back up and be able to fight this out again. Mary's going to get a kill. The Odin actually does rinse down Nez, and that just leaves a 2-on-1 situation here. Chatband have 2 up. Oxygen have the Killjoy. That is 1. Can Gia hold on to this? Or can Speed find a way of winning this situation out? Not going to quite get it.
Oh no! She let go! Oh my goodness!
No!
Gia with the most insane clutch towards the end there, and bearing in mind that was an eco round for Oxygen. That was an insane eco round. Yes, they invested the res into that, but they didn't invest too much more. And Gia was still able to clutch out towards the end there. Spidoka shouldn't have let go. If she had stuck it, I think she got spooked by the fire that was coming through from Gia from the other side of the site. She gets a little bit spooked. Maybe she lets go just a split second too early. Spike doesn't defuse. And at that point, there's no time. And even if there was enough time, Gia shuts it down with the shots through the box. Phenomenal round for Oxygen. Amazing eco. Now they're able to buy up. They've got the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, which are fantastic ultimates, particularly now on this attack. And at some point, Dana used the showstopper, and I missed it.
Yeah, I missed the queue as well, so they're gonna have to charge that all the way back up again. And Kiki is not gonna get the purchase they were looking for this time around. Nez dropping down as well. So Chatband have the numbers advantage, and despite Server having the high ground, they cannot take advantage of it. Dino at least goes 1 for 1, and that is the ult dropping on out, but it won't matter anyway because that is another good session for Chatband. 3 up, 3 survive, 5-4 lead.
Great play there from Mary once again. She's been a stalwart for this team since the beginning. She's just going to carry on with that trend. And again, another expensive round here. Quite a few ultimates tossed into that, particularly for Chatband. They're not very close to getting more ultimates online, though. And with Oxygen, they've got the Cosmic Divide, the Lockdown, and still that Hunter's Fury. But again, forced back onto an economy round. Like, Chatband are doing so much to shut down Oxygen at every turn. Yes, okay, Chatband did lose out on an anti-eco in the 2 rounds back, but they forced Oxygen back onto an eco, so they've got an opportunity here to redeem themselves.
See if they can absolutely do that. I mean, there's still early days, and obviously this is the first in the best of 3. The Odin is still being rocked, and Mary is about avoiding a confrontation, although Gia's going to come around that corner and get a headshot with the Sheriff.
Volvo peak. Slow and steady once again, making their way towards nowhere in particular, just trying to get a little bit of information. See, that's what Retha's job here is right now. To give a little information, get a little information, and also dodge the Odin. Definitely dodge the Odin.
Yeah, you just see that spray go straight through that wall, and Rifa knows they are going to have to play this incredibly carefully. And again, another recon ball again, just again giving Pinkley's track away. But Omen again with a couple more shots, and despite the location being notified, Pink is still able to get a shot. And oh my gosh! Gets it through the door as it closes. How about that for a triple?
The timing on that was so good. As the smoke comes down, she spots her out and fires through before the door can close. Fantastic work there. Chat band have this map on lock. They're doing exceptionally well here. They've shut down the map entirely, and they're making sure that they always give information to exactly where Oxygen is at any given time. As soon as they find out if Spidoka spams through the wall and tags one, she's gonna say it. All right, there's at least one here. And then winning out those battles. Again, Kiki has been doing so much, particularly watching her kind of guard the tree area, making sure no one's flanking through there. She's doing great work there. Now Oxygen able to buy up once again, but it's very back and forth in terms of being able to buy and then being forced back onto ecos. Of course, without having won the previous round, they're back onto the loss bonuses, which will help them buy. But if they continue to lose out, then they're just going to get worse and worse into their deficit.
Yeah, that's the last thing they need, especially with Chaban finally getting that momentum on the side. Spike is being left in the bottom right corner for the time being as they try to divvy on out and figure out where they exactly want to take this again. Most of the utility being dropped towards the B side, but honestly, not as many smokes going out as I would have thought, potentially. And Gia is somehow going to take Dana out of the equation.
Kiki not able to swing on that. That is a very good kill to come through onto the A site. And you already see Kiki smoking towards A main. She thinks that there's possibly going to be a swing through that side. And there's even a little bit of a rotate towards the A site from Chat Band. But instead, they opt to flank through Market.
Last player standing.
But Rainta is just an absolute boon for her team.
Spidoka is the only one left alive. It's a 1v3 situation. They have an Odin, and it looks like a full rotation towards A is absolutely going to be the call-in. Well, it's a smart play. They have the numbers advantage, and they know that they've only one left, and they know it's the Odin. They've got a free zone for them.
I saw Spidoka use the recon dot out in B lobby just to see if there was someone out there. Of course, there wasn't. So now she's immediately going to start her rotation towards the A site, but all she has with her is an Odin. She hasn't been able to swap that up, and Odin at long range is definitely not ideal. She's going to walk straight into... Yep! Too many angles to clear, unfortunately.
Yeah. Basically one on each corner, so that was always going to go around. But again, able to at least take at least one of them out of the equation. But again, free up, it finally gives Oxygen that point back. And I do believe this is the last point before the half. So yeah, this is going to be the difference between a tied first half or Chat Band just eking out a 2-point lead.
So back and forth here, and I see Rita's going to be running out a counter Odin of her own. Now, it's very seldom, while you do see the Odin on the stand, you very seldom see it on the attacking side because it's just so much easier to use on the defensive side. And of course, Odins versus Vandals, when you're aggressing in, generally tend to be, well, the worse off gun in that matchup. Oh, if she only knew that her crosshair is exactly on her enemy. Oh my goodness.
That would have been hilarious.
I mean, we've seen wilder free shots. I mean, we saw it in the previous series, getting shots through smoke, getting 2. It happens from time to time. But she opted not to shoot, not to give away that information. While it may have resulted in a kill, of course, it wasn't guaranteed. So instead, they'll choose to play safe this time as they start making that rotation towards the A site once again.
And it's Dana who's going to be the first one down as well. And yeah, the full push does seem to be happening over towards the A site. And that is going to be Kiki, who at least gets one for their troubles. But Felicia is on hand. Mary gets themselves on and quickly gets the heal too. And quickly gets the heck out of there. But that's going to be the killjoy.
Lockdown's going to come through. That's going to deny a lot of space here. To make sure that Chat Band can't just monkey in to try and get a defuse. Oh, and the Cosmic Divide comes through as well. And again, it's behind the spike. So in hell, she's not going to be able to hear if there's a defuse. Thankfully, this time around, 2 of her teammates are alive, so they're going to be watching the spike. And if something comes through the tree area, which Pinkali is doing, then at least that information can get relayed.
Yeah, they're rapidly running out of time here as well, as Oxygen is going to get another pick. It's going to be Pink who goes down. Speedoka is going to get the Odin, and the Hunter's Char goes... Oh no! It's just the Sova, and that's not going to do it for them. That is going to be a tied first half.
That was an interesting use of the Hunter's Fury there. Now, obviously, it's meant partially for zoning, and if it does get a kill, cool. But wasn't expecting someone to be able to fire shots from hell. As we see Mary jump down to try and go for the defuse, doesn't realize that Rainsa is right below her, ready and waiting to get that kill. Again, some fantastic coordination from Oxygen Esports. They're performing very well, but Chatband had a very good defensive half. The question now remains, what will happen now that we've swapped sides? Because we know that Chatband are able to shut down a defense fairly well, but how are they going to look on this attack? And Oxygen, we got to see a little bit of their defense yesterday, and they're also very, very solid defensively. So this is going to be... It's one of those like immovable, unstoppable force, immovable object type scenarios.
And everybody just coming running straight in by the sounds of it. And well, the wall comes up to at least stop that. The bomb buddy does get over it, but now they finally break on through the wall down at Froze in the paint. That's gonna pin down Sova a fair little bit. Turret's gonna get something, but Omen crucially gets the pick first.
That was a Ferrari peak. Just run and gun there, full throttle. A lot of damage coming through there as Ness is going to get a nice trade out there as Mary will go down. But Dana is still up, which means that there's still a lot of firepower available for Chatband. Kiki as well. Can Ness and Rainsa do the deed? Rainsa will start that off with a very nice kill onto Kiki.
One enemy remaining.
Ness down to 6 damage, but crucially it won't matter in the slightest because Oxygen start with a pistol round. I know Chatband, unfortunately, always seem to concede the pistol rounds more often than not, but still, very good turn from Oxygen there.
I love the way that they shut down that site once again. They had some in tree, some up in heaven, might have been a flank as well. They're doing everything they can to shut down all avenues of escape so that they know they have the entire map on lock, and anywhere that Chatband tried to move to, they've got it shut down. Now, obviously, this is going to be the second pistol round, and what's really interesting here is that Oxygen are opting to force up in this round. Now, it's very seldom that you see second pistol round a team choose to force up, purely because if they lose this round, they're not able to buy in the third round. They kind of lose out on their bonus. Chatband, obviously, buying up a little bit as well. Sorry, other way around. Chatband lost, so they're also forced up, which is strange. So if they lose this round as well, they're not going to be able to buy up for round 3.
Yeah, high risk, high reward on both sides of the field here. And that is going to be the good start for Oxygen. They'll also get a 3-point with that as well. And they'll slowly make their way forward. And again, another quick exchange. And look at how quickly that's gone the opposite way. Sova got 2, but finally does get picked by the Omen. So it's a 3v2 situation for Oxygen Esports. And the plan is going to go down once more on the A side.
Kiki able to go from Stinger to Spectre. Definitely a little bit of an upgrade there. Rainsa not able to get value there. Down to the 1v1. This force up from Chatband may actually pay out dividends here.
It could do. Yeah, has to try and go for the defuse. They'll at least get it to the halfway mark. And now they will try and win this 1v1. Bait them out. Gonna go for the spray. Gets the spray. And Gia is gonna give Oxygen another point. So first 2 points in the first half went Oxygen's way. First 2 points in the second half go Oxygen's way again.
Some great mind games there from Gia to run down that clock a little bit. Fakes a bit on the defuse there. Kiki tries to go for the Ferrari peak, but it just doesn't work out. And here's what I'm talking about. So usually on round 3, if you've lost the 2 pistol rounds, you buy up with rifles. Chatband can't do that because they forced up in the previous round. Which means, again, they're coming into this round with a janky buy. Spidoka is opting for the Marshall, though. So we'll see if she can get a little bit of value from that. But, of course, this is the bonus round. Well, I say it's the bonus round for Oxygen. Like, all of them died except for one. So not too much of a bonus left there. They were forced to actually spend some credits in this round.
They get damage limitation, but Ness with the ghost. Well, Never say you can't make it happen with the pistols. Ghost is going to bring it in for Ness, give them the player advantage, and make that a double. Can they get the triple? They can get the triple with the Ghost of all weapons!
That's absolutely dirty. Just get a
standing.
quad? Yep.
Oh my god.
Give it give it the ace. Come on. She's nowhere near there. Unlucky.
No. But again,
Yeah.
it's a team game, and it's good that the teammates have your back when it matters most. But yeah, a quad. How about that for Nez? Pop in when they need to most.
I mean, honestly, if you're Felipe and you know that it's Kiki left alive, you're not just gonna let her run amok. No. We'll just take her down. Get that out of the way quite firmly. But yes, a solid round there from Ness. That being said, Ness and Kiki are matched in frags at the moment. They're both doing so much for their teams respectively. And now what's very interesting, so obviously Chapman, with the loser's bonus, is now able to buy up in this round, whereas Oxygen are forced to have a bonus round. So the gun advantage is firmly in favor of Chapman right now.
Yeah, Nez did at least pick up the Marshall from the previous matchup, so see if they can get any kind of purchase with this. Omen and Jet on their respective opposing sides do have their specials ready, but, you know, we haven't heard the pop for the ultimate just yet, so it looks like Jet will be saving that for another encounter, or maybe another point for now. Smoke is going to quickly dissipate, and that is going to be another arrow ready. That's going to bounce. Where is that going to go? Not really anything damage at all. I'm not entirely sure that's what they had planned there.
No, I think possibly used a shock by accident. That was definitely meant to be a recon dart. And we saw there when she finally did get it right, playing off the recon as you aim up to kill the recon dart, swing out, get the kill onto the player that's aiming at the dart. So very good play there. And of course that gives the numbers advantage in favor for Oxygen Esports here, as they do have a 3-point lead. We're getting very close to the double digits here, which is a dangerous position to be in if you're Chapman. You don't want to allow this one to happen. So despite the fact that you're one player down, they're pushing very slowly through mid, being careful, but there's the Blade Storm you spoke about a little bit earlier. We are going to see that one popped.
Will they get any purchase of it? That remains to be seen. Well, that is going to be one down immediately, and that Marshall does. Oh, it's the knife actually that got it, and Felipe gets a triple in the midst of it all. Nez does go down, but hey, they managed to get one purchase with the knife, and the Marshall cleans up the rest.
Just another solid defense here from Oxygen Esports. They have such good map control. They are very good at funneling, and I love how patient they are. So they aren't pushing out too aggressively when they don't need to. They're allowing Chapman to come to them. And at that point, they've generally kind of fanned out and taken a very good control of the map. And now, obviously, full buyouts for both of these teams. An operator on the board as well, which is going to make things 10 times more dangerous. A couple of ultimates to play with as well.
Yeah, we got the Empress. Unfortunately, look, I was going to say, there's a couple of ults. Well, not anymore, there isn't. Omen goes down thanks to the operator. Turret immediately gets shut down, and immediately that gives the information away. She is going to get onto the scoreboard as well. And that is a Marshall shot from speed. What?
You have an op, I have a Marshall. I'm suddenly having flashbacks to, like, Avengers. Oh, it's all the numbers game now. Oxygen 3-3.
And that's going to be a plant as well. Door is shut too. Bolt is going to try and give them as much information as possible. Dana has a sheriff and maybe a paint shell or two. Again, a lot of operator shots coming out. Ness had to quickly duck and dive there.
We do have the Empress out as well, which is massive for Chapman. Mary looking for an opportunity there to try and get some kills there. All the way down long.
One enemy
No
remaining.
way! No way does Ness win that duel with the classic. I'm actually... What?
Long range classic. Did not think we would be having those kind of encounters here, but okay. I mean, they even had the operator. They put the operator away to hit that with the classic. Like, excuse me? Are you just showing off now?
Well, she might have just run out of bullets. But
Also
that
true.
was dirty because Mary was mid-Empress at the time. I mean, that gives you such a massive advantage. It increases your rate of fire. The enemy is like glowing red in front of you. It gives you so much, and she lost to the long-range classic. I mean, what that tells me more than anything else is that Ness is a beast. She's also pulled ahead of Kiki now up to 21 kills. She's still got that operator, so she's going to be aiming down sights there. Oh, we have a tac pause. And it's Chatban's tac pause, which makes a lot of sense. They really do need to kind of pull themselves towards themselves a little bit here because they're getting shut down time and time again here on this attack.
Yeah, they've conceded 7 points in a row. That tells you pretty much the entire story here. Like, the last 2 points in the first half went against them, and since the second half has started, nothing has gone their way. They've done incredibly well. They've had some good moments, but Oxygen's teamwork, that consistency is on form. And it doesn't matter what weapon Oxygen you're bringing to the table, whether it's an AWP or a classic, they're making it work, and they are catching Chatband really when they least expect it, it seems.
And seeing that the 5 rounds that have been won on defense for Oxygen, 3 of them are defusers, that just kind of speaks to that patience that I was talking about. It means that they're waiting for the spike to get planted, and that's when they move in and pounce. They give it a little bit of time before they opt to move in, wait until they're in position, shut down Chatband, and get that defuse. And now Chatband are forced onto... In fact, they're not even on an eco. They're just going for a full rush. They're going to pop every ultimate in the bag here.
The speed. I was going to say, look at all of the special speed used, and somehow it's Chatband who are going to lose 2 in the midst of all of this. They at least managed to get 1 back to bring the scoreline level for 3 versus 3. That is going to be another plant on the side of A. So they're clearly favoring this side for the very least, but Oxygen always seem to have a response. Another operator shot just to scare them off, but they'll have to be incredibly careful here.
Some really good utility usage here. Big shot dart, unfortunately aimed in the wrong place, but couldn't have known.
Felipe got a shot in, managed to take the server out, so a 3v2 and location revealed as well.
Oh!
Go, operator! Oh!
Shut down. Of course, that's what I was saying a little bit earlier on. When Ness has that op in her hands, you know it's just big trouble in Little China. And now we're down onto match point. The number of ultimates that were invested into that round. We had both Hunter's Furies. We had the Showstopper as well. What else came through there? Probably from the Shadows, since Kiki's only got 1 ult point there. We know Empress was about 2 rounds ago. So yeah, a very, very expensive round for both teams, but obviously more so for Chatband. As they come into this round, they have to force up. And unfortunately, Kiki's on a really janky buy because they weren't able to win out the previous round. They're on match point now, so if they don't win this, then we're going to map 2. They will have lost this, and all they have to play with is lockdown.
Neskin a bit too aggressive this time round, and Felipe has to pop the wall up, at least manages to salvage something out of that situation, and gets the slow up. Can they get the poke? Yes, they do. That's a double, and that is gonna be that. How quickly was that happen? Ness went down, but it did not matter in the slightest. 4 players remain. That's a 13-6 scoreline, and that is Oxygen Esports taking the first point in the grand final best of 3.
I saw Ness go down and the wall go up, and I thought that maybe they would go for the res because the wall was right there. There was a little bit of backup, but instead of going for the res, they're like, we don't need Ness to clutch this one out. I mean, sure, it's nice to have her, but we also know how to play this game. And they managed to mow down the last few players from Chatband. And unfortunately, Chatband, they kind of hedged their bets. They all funneled through onto that B site instead of splitting up like you would normally expect for a default execute. And it just didn't work out. As they pushed through that B lobby area, they got mowed down. And it's a shame to see, but they put up a very, very solid fight here against Oxygen Esports. And I think coming into this, I don't know about you, but I certainly expected that Oxygen would come away maybe the better off team in this series. But I think the Chatband are still doing very well and holding their own.
Oh, I'd agree so as well. Like, that first half was very much back and forth throughout the entire... I mean, Jimmy, come on. It ended 6-6 that first half, and just the second half just decided to be the Oxygen show, where they just did not concede a point in that half at all. So, it could be like that sometimes. But, I mean, we have to make special mention to the smooth operator that was Ness, because again, 22 kills in there, just consistently going up, especially again towards the end of the second half. The confidence, so like they were consistently peaking out with that operator. I mean, They even got incredibly aggressive, which obviously didn't work on that final point, but it didn't matter because you have the rest of your team who are just, they wall it up, they have the high ground, and they just rinse on through. And that's kind of what you want to see out of that as we get ourselves ready for match number 2. And this time, obviously, we now go from Ascent, and I believe now we go into next Bind.
Yeah.
So it's portal time.
I think that my special mention for that map has to go to Kiki, purely because in the previous series we really talked up Mary, we really talked up Dana. They were doing amazing work on those duelists, consistently being a thorn in the sides of the opponents, but this time around, Kiki was a superstar, doing so much work on that Omen. And it's not just about her kill count, because yes, that was impressive in and of itself, given that she's a more supportive agent in the Omen. But the fact that she was able to get so many clutch rounds, so many clutch kills, and then just like normal kills on top of that. Not every kill is a clutch kill. She managed to get through on both, so really, really well played there. She gets my special mention for that match.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm probably gonna echo that as well. Like, most of the times that we would see, like, you know, the last 1 or 2 players left up standing for Champ Ban, and most of the times it was Kiki, and there was some amazing shots in there. So yeah, incredibly cool to see not just them, but also both sides of the field coming up and up. We've got some replays as well. Again, Kiki just with those final stand after final stand. You just see them. Every now and then you'll see a moment where it's like, okay, the entire team hasn't been able to call where Kiki is going to be. And just rinsing them through, consistently going right back into the point. Also getting aggressive when it really matters most. And yeah, despite the fact that, you know, they didn't win that, you know, overall in the first point, that first half, you know, like I said, it could have gone either way. It was 6-6 for a reason. Kiki was an absolute anchor for that team.
Yeah, and that was, of course, the Kiki montage. So there you go, Kiki. We've made you a montage. You don't have to do that. We've done it for you. I'm looking forward to seeing what she does on Bind, because, of course, Bind was one of the maps where we saw Dana pop off so much, but I'm trying to remember if Kiki, I don't believe she played the Omen. I don't think she played the Omen on Bind last time. I'm just going to quickly have a look at this because I can do that now. On Bind we had the Breach. And I think it was Kiki that played the Breach. So we're going to see a little bit of an agent swap up there. And of course, we know how much value you can get out of the Breach, specifically on Bind. A lot of areas where you can get some great flashes, where you can use that Rolling Thunder to really stun out people, stop them from being able to plant or defuse. A lot of value there. And if I take a look at Oxygen, of course, they've played on Bind before as well. And Layla. They play Viper on Bind.
Yeah, that's what I know. That's what I thought was coming.
Oh, this is very exciting. I can't wait to see that. We've been waiting for it. We didn't get to see the Icebox, but we're finally going to get to see the Viper. My dream is coming true. That's all I wanted in life.
Don't get too excited. You know full well that any team could just decide, you know what, I'm not going to run the Viper this time round. So just calm down. Don't commentate the curses. Like, please don't do it.
That being said, we were actually talking about how we hadn't seen the Sky, and it actually did come out. Much like Icebox, it was played, just not on stream.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was watching the stream between La Girls and Oxygen, and Sky did come out during that matchup. So you know, La Girls do generally like to rock in the Sky alongside their main lineup. So just unfortunately, we don't get to see not only the Sky, but we don't get to see La Girls in the finals either. So game will be booting up in just a moment. So this match number 2 of our best of 3. Remember that these two teams are playing for a prize pool, that £2,000 prize pool. The winner will be getting £1,000. The runner-ups will be getting 500, which is still a decent amount of money to take home.
Yeah, that's a lot of money in your pocket, and honestly, these girls have definitely earned it. This has been such a wild weekend, and it's so nice to come back to it. I think the last Huntress Trials was at the end of January. So it's really nice to kind of see, especially some of these players like Spidoka, who was playing in the previous Huntress Trials, kind of see how she's improved over the last couple of months and how she's back here. Now she's up in 3rd place. Potential, I say up in, like, she's potential 1st or 2nd place territory. I'm trying to remember where she placed with her team last time. Yeah, so she played with Impact in the last Huntress Trials and they came 6th. So immediately, like, you can see, and obviously, the team plays a part of it, but it's also your own personal development and how you've improved and so on. So this is definitely a big step up for her as well. And I'm so glad that we get to see some of those players from the previous one coming back into this one. And hopefully we'll get more in the future and we'll see the same players coming back so we can see how they improve.
Yeah, we always like to see these kind of tournaments pop up, so hopefully the next time we do this, if there is indeed going to be a third, we get even more people in, and hopefully we can continue to entertain you just as much as we are now, and already getting ourselves ready for Bind. The lock-ins are happening thick and fast. We do have an Astra up on the side of Oxygen, as we saw in the previous matchup, and Riffa up there is teasing this guy, but
I don't
not
believe
entirely
any of
sure
that for
if
a
that's
second.
I was gonna say they're probably just gonna highlight it, but they'll pick somebody else. I mean, look at that, Felipe teasing the Yoho as well. So, but yeah, interesting. Nobody thinking about the Viper just yet.
Not just yet. Might swap it up in a bit. Hopefully, please, I beg. Oh, Gia's gonna be probably back on that Killjoy. No,
Yes!
yes, there it is. Thank
We
you,
have
Gia.
the Viper.
You're my
I was
best
getting
friend now.
so concerned when they were taking so long. I'm like, it's probably not gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you off now, but nope, there is the Viper. So Gia is gonna bring this out, and that's gonna be great to play around. We get the walls, we get the clouds, and crucially, we do get the pit in there as well. And obviously, they start on the defensive side, so we're gonna see some fun
Select your
takeovers with that.
Oh, this is interesting because when we streamed them yesterday, when they were playing against Unlucky, they actually did have Gia on the Killjoy on this map. So interesting to see that they've opted for the Viper instead, and I'm curious to see how the results are for that. Obviously, for Chat Band, it's going to be business as usual with their composition. No breaches or brimstones, which is a little disappointing. I was kind of expecting to see something like that. But of course, there's a lot of smokes that can come out with the Omen as well. And clearly, this is an agent that Kiki is very comfortable on. So when you're here in the grand finals, you want to make sure that you are at your most comfortable so you can play at your absolute best.
And with that, we are set and ready to go for matchup number 2 of our grand final. I hope you're all hyped in the chat. It should promise to be another fun one. Remember, it was 13-6 was the scoreline for Ascent in the favor of Oxygen. So hopefully we're going to see, well, I say we're just as close as the first half. Hopefully we see just as close to the whole game and maybe a few more points on the side of Chat Band going in. Business as usual for the Pistols. Nobody's really going to opt for the Frenzies. This time around, it's mostly, well, we got 5 ghosts and the rest are classics. But already, it's going to be cool to see what Chat Band are going to do with this. Already gravitated towards that middle, gravitating towards A, and it looks like they're going to go straight on into this.
Jeez, okay. Super aggressive here. Shut down that Sage wall very early on. Nice little gravity well there, just to try and deny some push. Give Ness a little bit of breathing room here as they have to wait for the rotations to come all the way from B side. But it is going to be a pincer movement here, so there's definitely potential for Oxygen to win out this defense.
Yeah, Spidoka went for the spike plant, had to give it up initially to try and get some heals up on their teammates. The Cloud is going to come out as well, and that is going to be Kiki coming right around the corner, at least going to get another quick little poke, and that is a very quick rotation now towards B. So they have one player, they have a player advantage, 4 versus 3, and they rotate out immediately, and that decay, just that wall just about dropping, and Gia is already set and ready for them.
They pulled out all of the utility over on the A site, and then immediately, after getting 2 picks from the flankers, decide to turn around and move to the B site. That means that there's no utility available here for G except for the wall, which isn't going to get too much value. So in this retake scenario, yes, it's a 3v4, but they're going to have to stick together very well if they're going to be able to win this one out. A lot of angles to check. Oh my goodness.
God.
Oh my, what?
I was nearly going to lose my mind about how they missed almost every shot and was almost going to get taken down. Spidoka finally does drop. It's a triple for Reigns, and that is a defuse despite everything that happened there for Oxygen.
How does Chat Band just give that point away? So yes, they spread out quite nicely to set up for their post-plant positions, but they moved way too far back, and Oxygen, the last 3 remaining members, they just rush out of elbow, which didn't get cleared, and immediately move onto site. It didn't matter that they didn't have any of that utility because there was a great poison cloud over on the A site right behind the sage wall, which would have denied a plant. Not denied full on, but you would have had the 50 decay, which means you're like one shot. So you wouldn't risk the plant there. So that meant that all of the utility was out. There was nothing really to defend on B except for raw aim. And, well, Oxygen wins out those aim duels, I guess. Just Chatban not managing to organize themselves very well in their post plant.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for them, and with that, that first pistol round once again goes to Oxygen. Chatban just have none of the luck when it comes to the pistols for the time being, but so far, utility being taken out, and Gia and Nez both getting speed and Dana out of the equation. I'm quite surprised that pick actually went their way, but there you go, 5-on-3 situation, not what Chatban need in the early stages.
Very quick push out of showers there. In fact, it wasn't even an aggressive push out of showers. They were just kind of peeking a little bit. But now we can see them pushing out. So they are going to be going for a flank and a little bit of a pincer maneuver. And of course, we've got Felipe here running it down long and getting the kill onto Kiki. 5v2, Chatban. Nothing to be done.
Yeah, not quite the flawless this time around, though. They at least managed to get one pick, shockingly enough, with the frenzy of all things. But hey, an elimination is an elimination, but Oxygen with 4 strong there, not going to concede anything else. And yeah, that really, the first exchange there just set the tone for the rest of that point.
Well, this is yet another round where Chatban do not win a pistol. So they're going to have one more opportunity, depending on how this map goes, of course. If Oxygen win the map, then it's one last opportunity. If Chatban manage to win it, they get 3 more chances. We'll see if they can win one. But for right now, they do have full rifles.
Felipe, where are you going? Oh my gosh, Felipe, what?
Alright, so much for your rifles. Yoink. Mine now.
Mary is at least able to get one of them back, so it's back to a 4v4 situation. Make that a 4v3 situation. Mary getting twofer. And Reigns is going to hop on through the portal and get joined by their teammate.
So much damage there, but the rotations come through the portals towards the A site. They're going to be running straight into Felipe here, who is watching showers. The Lear comes through. How do they take so long to kill her?
I was also confused by that as well, but crucially, that is the spike down. Chatban do have the numbers advantage, and Kiki is not going to actually win out on that exchange, so 3 versus 2, still kind of doable for Oxygen here, but I have to play this very carefully. Wall is up, slow-mo orb is out. Mary has just about enough to peek, but actually took a bit of damage themselves in there.
Not going to be able to use her dismiss or heal up there.
The eye going on out. That's 1 down. That's a triple for Mary. Anything else with that? That's a quad for Mary. And that is going to keep it for Chatban. 2 up, 1 point on the board. And yeah, Felipe started off incredibly strong, but it turns out it's the Mary show after all.
I'm not sure what Rainsa and Ness thought they were going to accomplish there, to be honest. Just kind of funneling between the 2 walls. Possibly could have gone for a rotate through lamps instead, but they funnel through, they get mowed down by the last 3 remaining members, and finally, Chatban do in fact get a point on the board. Now we get matching rifles for both of these teams. Full rifle setup, and again, a nice little split default here. But there is the push into showers. Oh, great play off of the boom bot. This is huge. And again, you don't go into showers. That is Ness and Felipe territory. You don't go there. It's my house. Oh my god.
Oh gosh, that was an interesting move from Omen to immediately just dash on through. It really was. It was double decay. It took them down to 1 HP, and that was never going to work for them there. And Rain also gets themselves a pick. That's a flawless. And that is Oxygen back on top.
Please tell me that wasn't double decay. If decay stacks, that is so busted. Because, yes, there was the molly on the floor there. Okay, no, she didn't actually step into the molly. She just walked through the wall and took some extra damage as well. Oh, my goodness. If the decay had stacked, I would be so bad. But, yeah, down to 1 HP. This is why Viper is in such a good spot right now. Because dropping all the way down to 1 HP, even though you're outside of the toxins, it takes a while for that regen to happen, and in that moment, you're going to get shut down. Badoka's going to pick up the Marshall now. They really want to win this showers battle.
Yeah, they just keep on Oh,
Oh, tried for the one-way, failed.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It's gonna go bounce straight back at you. Yeah, it's always like disappointing when you see it happen. It's like, oh come on, not again. Like it's happened to the best of us. But it looks like they are gonna start rotating towards mid. Although they're gonna have to be careful here because we got 2 from Oxygen that are lurking here.
Oh, they managed to clear out Kiki and Long, so this should be expected. However, should be somewhat of a given. The Owl Drone's going to go out to give some information, see exactly how many people are in mid. Spots out 1 or 2 there. And Felipe's on the most epic flank, but she's going to run into Mary. She doesn't have a knife out.
I want to put that knife away. Also,
but Mary's
help
not
me.
looking at her.
Oh. Felipe does take Mary down, but Dana crucially does get Ripper out of that exchange. Turret is going to go on down, but that is going to be a hard rotate to beat because guess what? It's free real estate.
Oh my goodness. Rainsa using the cover of the teleport to be able to go into that astral form, but Spidoka waiting for her. Manages to shut down the wall before it can solidify, so she is able to move through there. And of course, Oxygen, fairly close together, gets the res, and now we're back to a 5v3. And of course, we've seen how dangerous Oxygen's retakes have been. Chatband do have control of Elbow, but with only 2 players left alive, I don't think it's going to make a big difference.
Yep, not going to be much of a difference at all. Gia gets out pink, and that is going to be, well, technically it's a flawless. They did get a kill in there, and they had to use the rest, but all 5 remain, and they'll keep all of their equipment for that.
Very good round there, very good retake. And again, it's that patience coming through again. We're seeing them waiting for a good opportunity. I like seeing how Chatband are being very creative with their players. They're trying to bait out a lot of utility. They're not kind of committing to one particular site before they opt to move on to another one. I like the way that they're using their utility as well, but Oxygen are just playing the waiting game here. They're playing the slow game, and it's working out. Even when they're pushing out down long, for example, you know, they kind of push out together, make sure that they can swing on one another. This time, however, Felipe is going in hard and fast. There's no one here, much to her chagrin.
Yeah, not this time around. We saw them do that in the we saw them do it yesterday, and it was just like, excuse me, do you want to slow down just a little bit? But yeah, fortunately for Chatman, they were nowhere near it. But unfortunately for Dana, they are gonna get taken out. Felipe does at least manage to get another pick in there. Finally, does get taken down, and that is gonna be a res that brings it back to square one, 4v4.
Of course, the Empress will get popped immediately.
Ooh,
and that's going to even out the numbers as well. So this is looking good for Chatband, potentially. They still do have the From the Shadows, but need to be aware because there's a Hunter's Fury. Ah, there it is.
And just because they ask and ye shall receive. And will that get any picture on it just for the time being? No real any damage there. And Speed again goes straight into the spot, almost touching that. And unfortunately going to get rinsed down by Reigns.
Reigns actually sees Mary, but chooses the more high prio target to make sure that the spike can't. How did the spike get onto the other side of the wall?
30 seconds left.
What?
Your guess is as good as mine there, because I'm honestly not quite sure myself. Mary has just had her location revealed, which is never what you want to have, not in a 2v1 situation, and they had to wait for that wall to break. There's the spike there. They won't win out the exchange, and that is another point for Oxygen. Can we chalk that down to some
How the hell did, I mean, somebody must have picked it up, gone to the other side of the wall. Apparently there's a replay. Let's see what the hell happened here. Oh, it did
it go over? It did. Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
That's such bad luck.
Oh, I can compare that to somebody overselling a stunner. It was just like, and there they go. Oh, just over the wall they go. That is ludicrous.
And for Chatband, that's really unfortunate because it meant there was no way they were going to be able to like fetch the spike after that. Big sad there. Good utilization, however, of the Viper utility. Oh, I'm enjoying it so much. Please, more teams play Viper. Please, please, please. Anyway. This time, however, Chatband, a full push towards B, but we do have one up in Hookah to try and create a little bit of a crossfire there. We'll see if we can get some value. As Oxygen do have full control of Elbow, but they've used a lot of that Viper utility already, so denying plants is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Felipe does get a kill, but they are going to get taken down themselves as well. The spike will go down, and here comes the showstopper. Oh, that
No.
could be a 2. No, it's not a 2 for not quite. They at least get Riffa out of that entire thing. I honestly thought that double was coming up as well. Viper gets a pick, but also gets taken down by Mary as well. So 2v3 situation. Champan has the player's advantage, and Nez actually gets one back. So that's a res as well. Goodness me, Oxygen are pulling up all the stops here. Can they take this around? Oh, not quite. Not this time. The triple for Pink, and that is going to be 5-2.
Pinkerly says no, committing the res into that to try and bring up the numbers in their advantage, but they just get mowed down. And that was a very, very important round for Chatban. I think every round is important for Chatban at this point because they are at such a big deficit at the moment. They are able to full buy up, so thank goodness they won that round so that they can come into this one with guns. But again, if they lose this one, it means they've lost the losing streak bonus, which means they will have to save in the next round. So winning this one is very, very important because if they lose the next 2 rounds in a row, it takes us to 7-2, which is a very bad position to be in.
Already we're going to see a full-on attack onto the A side, slowed and vulnerable. That's not the place where Dana wanted to be. They will go down from that. Spike will at least get planted, and Rain unfortunately just dipped at the last second. When they came back, Mary was already there waiting for them, and that is going to be a very quick poke. So 4v4 situation once more. Spike is down. Ness is going to try and spray on through the box. Oh, I mean, it's going to be Pink who actually goes down at the hands of the Rays, and oh, Mary having to get the heck out of there.
Enemy remaining.
Oh,
Felipa,
Ace.
Come on.
Excuse. That was pretty much a quad. Oh, goodness me.
So close there. She braves the poison cloud. I mean, that is ballsy. She just dives straight in. I mean, there were 4 people just chilling in there, and she manages to get a kill or 2, but it's not going to be enough to stop that from happening. Look at this. Look at this. Die.
It's like Mary, commitment for that, but unfortunately, everybody was there. There was always going to be the firepower coming back at you, but still a very good attempt. It does make this 6 points to 2 in the favor of Oxygen, and they are very much enjoying this position that they find themselves in here.
And like I said, forced to save up here. We do have the Marshal, but that puts them at a massive deficit in terms of their guns. Oh man, you don't want to cross that Viper wall. It's so dangerous, and they know that it's an anti-eco. So walking through that Viper wall doesn't take you to 100 HP, it takes you down to 50. Alright, Spadoka, calm down.
So they get one pick with the Marshal, and oh, good little turnaround there as well. Gia and Riffa both getting their respective angles, and that is the Spike down as well. So guess who's left? It is just the Marshal now. 4v1 situation, and the Spike, well, it's not even anywhere near grabbing distance.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I was talking about Yampy getting a 4K with an unscoped Marshal, and it was in fact in this very spot-on bind. But unfortunately, it seems that is a rare occurrence. Unfortunately, Spadoka isn't able to replicate that.
Spadoka will not appreciate being subtracted to numbers.
Subtracted. Haha! Alright, let's take a look here. So finally, Chatband are able to buy up rifles again. Taking them a little while to get to this point. We're getting dangerously close to that last round in the half. I think there's 2 rounds left, and then it'll be the last round. So a lot to play for here. And again, if they lose this round, they'll have the losing streak bonus. So hopefully that'll help them buy a little bit. But their economy is such a mess right now. They only really have the Empress to play with, knowing that they're going to be running into a Viper's pit and a Hunter's Fury. I mean, the Oxygen have so much to use right now. And the thing is, they don't have to drop it until they have to, if that makes sense. Like, they're not just going to drop it now. So they can hold on to it until it's absolutely necessary. And that's what makes it even more scary.
So I'm going to go out for Nez. The ice wall already up in a pretty awkward angle, but Spadoka not able to get any purchase with it either. That does not help. They cause another slow orb. Just going to keep them from going into showers anytime soon. And the Spike's still very much left in the middle section. Nobody wants to be able to proper peek on here, and this could be a disaster, but Gia actually doesn't get it. Gia doesn't get it. Spadoka gets the raise as well, and just like that, Chatband have a 2-player... Oh, well, never mind. 1-player advantage.
As the smoke comes down, pixel perfect timing there from Rainsa. And now, unfortunately, Chatband do not have the Sage Wall, so they're relying purely on smokes. And, well, apparently smokes are good enough, as Pinkily will bring the numbers heavily in Chatband's advantage here. Oxygen are going to have to pull some magic. They're so split up from one another. Felipe all the way on the other side of the map.
Last player standing.
And yeah, Felipe not going to get anything with that, so it is just Riffa 1v4 situation. That is going to be the trap. That's going to take a fair amount of health away from them and also give Chatband the intel they need, and Riffa wisely getting the heck out of there.
Ain't nobody got time for this nonsense. We out of here. Try and hold on to that rifle.
For that. Yeah, pretty much.
See if she can though. No! She gets shut down at the end of the line there. And of course, this is important for Chatband. They want to try and put dents into that economy. It's difficult at this point because, well, Oxygen are slightly trust fund babies at this point. So much cash to play with. Chatband, they are able to buy up. And again, these next 2 rounds are very, very important once again. Because I always talk about the best of a bad situation. You want to be going into the half with an absolute minimum of 4 points. Anything less than that and your comeback is damn near impossible. So they want to definitely win the next round, the next 2 if possible, so that they can have a valid attempt on their own defense. But of course, the Viper's Pit has already been dropped over on the B site, which means that is a no-go territory.
And yet, that's not going to stop Dana from maybe poking through that window. Very bad idea, my friend. Very bad idea.
And of course, Viper can stay out of her pit for 15 to 20 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. So she can just vibe while she waits for someone to peek her and then jump back into the pit. I mean, that's massive, and the pit won't go away. So now, already a pretty big advantage. And Felipe will make that advantage even bigger. It was a big investment to drop the Viper's Pit, but an important investment because I'm not sure if Chatband are going to be able to pull together a decent buy for this next round.
Yeah, and especially with this 4v2 situation, it's looking pretty grim for them at the moment. And in fact, it is just Kiki up now, and Reigns immediately meets them with a pretty quick shot. That is going to be nice and clean for Oxygen Esports. 8-3 as we go into the last round before the switch. And yeah, again, just unfortunate. Dana just immediately pokes around the window. Felipe again utilizing their utility and their bullet spread to just cancel, just immediately rinse through their opposition. And again, Ness poking on in with that operator to end this half out. Oh, are they not? No, it looks like that. Oh, no, they have bought it. Make up your mind.
Yeah, it's not just me that gets baited by these ladies. All right, so she does have the operator available to her. Oh, and she's going to be holding C long, which is where Chatband seem to be edging towards.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No!
And Gia gets in on the act as well, stabbing them from behind. And that is not a good start for Chatband in the slightest. Spidoka does at least manage to get Riffa, but the high ground for Nez gets them a triple. How about that for placement? And Felipe around the outside is going to show stop for style. And that is a 9-3 at the end of the first half.
About sending a message. We even saw the Huntress Fury come out at the very last second there at the end of the round. A great round there for Ness. She saw the boom bot. Instead of shooting it, she realizes it's not, like the trajectory is not going to hit her. So she waits to see the Raze peak, gets the shot, and then runs away.
Yeah.
Boombot, no issue.
Yeah, and the best part is they had, I think it was the Sova there as well for backup. So it was just like, we're like, well, okay, I know I've got somebody who can take this down as I rotate on back. So immediately left, the bomb buddy comes into view, it gets taken out. And then just like that, again, on the flank as well, every area was covered by Oxygen Esports. And, well, again, look at the amount of damage that they've done in the first half alone. They've got a much better lead than they had in the previous match, and only really need 3 points to put as much pressure onto Chatband as possible, who aren't, unfortunately, able to really get the points in pistols more often than not, so they have to crucially win this round.
It's a very, very big round to win here. Everything to play for. Of course, it is the pistols, and Chatband, we know what their record is on the pistol rounds. I love Oxygen. Look at this. They play. They remind me of like a lion in the grass. You know, just waiting to pounce. The calm before the storm, before they opt to actually push in. They've waited to get a little bit of information here towards the A site. But it looks like they might opt to move. Kind of darting back and forth for the moment. Not really committing to anything.
Yeah, not just yet. The bomb buddy being prepared might be rolling out through the wall and the smoke in just a moment. There it is. Rain's
Good
gonna
fake.
just Rinse is gonna rain that down, and that is gonna be a rotate towards the B side of the territory.
30 seconds left.
There's a bit of utility down there. They've got 30 seconds to get a move on. Just enough to be able to poke on through. Can they get a limit with that? Not just yet. Location revealed. They're gonna have to be incredibly careful with this. Turret goes down. Trap takes out Felipe.
There was a great wall over on the A side to try and create a little bit of a distraction, I guess. Oh, that's such big decay. Her health is just slowly slipping away.
Player standing.
Oh, goodness me. How have Chapan lost that situation? It's a 3-on-1. That's
They ran out of time.
Are you kidding?
They ran out of time.
What?
Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? The lion in the savannah analogy is good and everything, but like, at some point the spike gotta go down. And I think it was mere milliseconds that they were out of time. Really well played from. It was like half well played from Chatband because they did run out the clock once Oxygen had run onto the B side, but it was also a misplay from Oxygen to have wasted that much time.
Yeah, that did not go according to... I mean, I think they must have gotten surprised just as much as everybody else did, because I thought for sure that spike was down, but there you go. Not gonna happen this time round. Chapan do get the pistol round. As soon as he gets the run of play, it must be said, but seriously, that's exactly what they needed. And now we got a massive strong push all the way onto B immediately.
There's a big lurk coming through, though. They're opting to use the teleporters now. They don't have time to walk all the way around as the engage has already begun. One player's already down. Oxygen not wasting time this time. They will get that spike down as quickly as possible. Let's see how Chatband approach this. Take gravity well. Oh, Spadoka! The hell?
Spadoka gets a triple out of nowhere and immediately goes for the defuse as a result. And, well, they're going to have to be a bit careful here. They've managed to get it to the checkpoint. Gia going to tuck themselves into the corner, wait for the smoke to drop potentially. And that is, again, more shots coming on through. Kiki does get the E-limit. It's a 1v1 situation, and unfortunately, Kiku just went for the full commit. Did not work for them. That's a triple on the others. So both sides get themselves a triple, but crucially, it's the ladder that is the most important one. And, well, that was unfortunate. Kiki goes for the plant, immediately takes their eye off, and, yeah, not the most ideal play there.
That was the definition of hubris. I think what they were doing there was they were trying to give the ult point to one of the other players on the team. Because realistically, there's no other reason to stop halfway there. The rest of your team is alive. They've got you covered. There's a big old smoke covering most of the directions. You have to stick it. And they opt not to and ultimately lose the round off the back of that. They should have won that round. So definitely a big misplay there from Chatband, and that's really going to work against them as now we got double digits for Oxygen and a massive player advantage on the field.
Yeah, Felipe is going to get themselves on the act as well, so a 4-2 advantage for Oxygen as they enter double digits for this round as well. Spadoka with the ice wall up. Again, covering the zone, does get the shot on Rain, so at least brings that back, and that is enough to give them the res as well. So it gives them the player advantage, but it's back down to a square field, and they actually lose the exchange against the fellow Sage.
3v1 here. Pinkerly has done some amazing stuff in the past. Can she... So close there. A nice first kill there onto the last 3 players, but isn't able to clutch out the rest. Of course, the gun disadvantage coming in clutch for Oxygen. I say clutch. That definitely wasn't clutch. But it definitely played a part. Unfortunately, only having the ghost available did not help matters. But now, both teams are able to finally fully buy up. And Chatband don't have any ultimates available here. The closest ults are, of course, Lockdown and Empress, which they should have relatively quickly. But the Cosmic Divide and the Showstopper are very nearly online for Oxygen as well. And, of course, they've got another Viper's Pit, which is terrifying. And then there's the Hunter's Fury, which is just terrifying. I mean, they've got some really, really powerful potent ultimates for this round. And they've also just got guns, apparently.
Yeah, Nez gets the first pick as well. They're going to come right through that smoke though, and Kiki is waiting for them. Was that the pit? Yeah, that's the pit. That's the pit, completely up. So that's the last place they want to be, and they quickly run the heck out of there. Felipe is going to get the plant down as a result. I figured there was only a matter of time before they decided to pop the hand, and that is not going to be an easy one to win back for Chat Band here. They're going to give it their all, but that is a dangerous situation to find themselves in now.
Yeah, the Viper's wall has come down, but it should go up again any second. And of course, they have to go into the pit. But they don't. The plant isn't in the pit. Now that's an interesting one. There's still the mollies around the spike for the time being. And this is giving Chat Band an opportunity to get some kills here. Oxygen, last person standing.
I'll believe that. I'll eat those words quite nicely with some custard, maybe. That was just... Yeah, as you said, they planted it on the outskirts of the pit. Kiki was at least able to get one kill in there, but Reigns could only get one on the defuse as well. The rest of Chat Band were on standby and will quickly get themselves a point back on their side of the field. So crucial that they won that now. It stops Oxygen getting too much momentum there. I mean, they still have some decent funds at their disposal. They're not buying completely up. But yeah, that was a crucial match, a crucial point for Chat Band to win there.
The Viper's pit line of sight is a little wonky. So they may have thought that the pit would be able to cover where they were planning to plant the spike, but of course it didn't. And okay, Oxygen, because they're on an eco round, are opting to just kind of run and gun and hope for the best. The Ferrari peak didn't work out that time around, I guess. There was so much good Viper utility there that they just weren't able to capitalize on. And now, so obviously they don't have that ultimate available to them anymore. And Chat Band are definitely at an advantage here because they have the bigger guns. And of course, Dana's got a showstopper. We know how powerful that's been. In the previous series. In this series, we haven't actually seen it get quite the same results. There's been some decent ones, but it hasn't quite been where it was previously. So we'll see if she can get some value out of that a little bit later. Oh my goodness. the aim correction there, like, whoa, wait, what is that kill?
Sage! Sage was fully turned around, but it doesn't matter in the end because it is just the Sage left for Oxygen. It is Ness up. The Spike is in an unfortunate predicament here. That is going to be another quick ult top. Well, not so much.
Well, Ness is the last person standing. 1 versus 3 here.
There's somebody on the flank, though.
Yeah. I mean, she's just got a Guardian. So, I mean, yeah, like, she wasn't going to be able to win out that round. It was essentially about seeing if you can get 1 or 2 of those late round picks. Just, you know, exit frags as you exit life. But Dana was not going to allow that to happen. They should be able to buy up this round. Yep, that's it. Full buys across the board. No operators. They've managed to do enough damage to each other to deny anyone from being able to buy one of those for quite some time. But Chat Band slowly clawing their way back up, but we're very close to that match point even now. This is very reminiscent of the Chat Band that we saw in the previous matchup, though, as they kind of get a runaway losing streak, and then kind of around the half, they start to bring it back. So we'll see if they are able to actually do that again this time around. Chat Band do still have 4 ultimates online. Yeah, they have a lot to play with coming into this round.
Yeah, a lot of bullet spread being launched onto B at this point in time. Gio is going to jump through the window. Felipe is going to get the bounce as well. Bombody should roll out towards where the door is, especially with that cloud. It will lock onto Mercer again. Gives them the information to know that's exactly where they are. We'll get the plant down, and that is going to be a lockdown.
Lockdown followed up very closely by a Hunter's Fury. Oh, they've spotted one out in elbow. Not able to get the kill there, but... Oh, that paranoia was huge! Finally... Oh!
Last player standing.
I mean, they managed to shut down the showstopper, but it's not enough to win out the round there. Another good round for Chat Band.
Yeah, well held in the end with all of that going down, it must be said. And again, Kiki gets the paranoia, gets the rinse on through as well. And exactly what they needed. They're bringing these points back, 11-7. And again, with 3 players up on their side, they at least managed to keep some of their rifles up. Kiki and Dana should be able to buy back up, no problem at all. But for Oxygen, They cannot afford to let Chapan start to get ahead of steam here. 3 points in a row now for them, and this is looking like a very different second half here.
Well, let's see if they do keep up that streak. Obviously, now Oxygen are being forced to save up once again, as they are on a little bit of a bad streak after buying up in the last couple of rounds. They do still have the loser bonus, but of course they bought in the previous round, so it's not enough for them to be able to buy up in this round as well. Ooh, very good recon bolt there. Kiki wasn't able to run away from it, so now they have definitive information that there is at least one there on the site, but they're still going to commit to moving up this B long. See if they can take control of it. Again, this is an eco, so we're not expecting too much.
But having said that, they do get the drop on Kiki, and this could still yet be another spike plant for them if they're not careful. Mary is at least on the doorway, and that is, well, Pig gets at least 2, finally does get traded down, so it's a 3v3 situation. Are they gonna go for portals? They're gonna go for portals!
But yeah, they got some upgrades. I think they got 1 upgrade. And the rest of the team have just, like, hightailed it out. Ness is still there, though. Like, this is a really big bait, but they heard the portals. So Ness goes down, but the rotation to meet the rest of Oxygen on the other side has already started. The plant is probably gonna...
No, they got away with it. Oh my gosh, she got away with that.
That wall doing so much there, because again, you can't shoot through the wall. So it's a really good place to kind of dodge behind so that you can, you know, dodge some of that damage coming through. Very smart. I wonder how it would have worked out if they'd sent 1 or 2 through the teleport, baited out the rotation, but left the spike on B. Like, left the spike with a player on B. I wonder, because obviously the rotation did come through. They couldn't have known that Chat Band would definitely start rotating towards the A site, but it does seem like it was like a fairly good chance of that happening. So maybe that's something to think about for future baits. Oxygen finally able to buy up now. So hopefully they'll be able to make something happen here. We saw Chatband throw a lot of ultimates recently as they're down to just the Empress. And Oxygen have a res available, so they will be able to bring up the numbers advantage, or at least get to even footing again. Maybe it'll help them out.
Yeah, the spike being dropped on the bottom right corner for the time being. Everyone's very much spread out with the toxic wall across B as well. And Spidoka just waiting for anybody to make that initial move. And Oxygen will want to learn from their previous mistake. They don't want to be taking too long about this, especially how last second they lost that pistol round, which is what really started this trend, it must be said. It looks like the rotation is going to start coming on upstage, still with that spike. Not really deciding if they're going to go mid-left or mid-A. Looks like it's going to be mid-A in the end. And slowly but surely, the push will be going on.
See some of those stars being used up as well. The raise is going to come through, so like I predicted, bring the numbers advantage, or bring the numbers game back to equal footing. And they're going to start the rotation towards the B side. Of course, Chat Band have figured that one out. That's a good pick from Felipa, but it's immediately going to get traded out.
Yeah, they're going to have to get a move on here. They've only got 6 seconds left to go. Plant is going to go down, but that's going to be a headshot. That's going to be game. That's going to be another point for Chat Band.
Oh my goodness. Again, just running down the timer. Oxygen, I don't know how they allow themselves to do that twice in one game, where they just spend so much time before they actually decide to push that they completely run out of time and aren't able to plant. And this, I think, is just an awareness thing. You need to know your timers a little bit better. Know how long it takes you to rotate from one side to another. Know how long you're going to take, how long you're going to need to get that spike down. Because to run out of time, to run the clock down, it's definitely not a good look. And Chat Band have clawed their way up. They're almost in the double digits as well. This is not the situation that Oxygen were expecting to find themselves in. But if I remember correctly, Bind was, and I'm going to double check that one. No, it was Ascent that was the close match with Legals. So I thought maybe it was a Bind thing, but no, this is just Chat Band doing so. Oh my god, what is that?
What?
That is terrifying.
That is ominous as a heck. Just the entirety of Oxygen just rise on up. Felipe is going to go down. but not before, but they get 2 kills on the board, and they're all going to immediately rotate straight on over to B. Are they going to get there in time before the Omen does? That's going to be the question. Kiki does get there, but the smokes are up, so they won't know how many of them are here at the moment. The plant will go down, and that is going to be Omen dropping on down. So 3-on-2 advantage. Can Oxygen take this? It's a 2v2 now because Pink gets themselves a nice tasty headshot. And Chat Band, it's still doable here, but this is a very crucial point if they want to try and hold this.
Oh, lockdown. That's a massive ultimate here from Chat Band. It's going to force Oxygen to have to pull back. They don't have any ultimates to fight this. They're just going to have to win out the gun battle. He's not able to do it. The Killjoy ultimate finishes out, so there wasn't time to defuse just yet.
1v1. Oh my god, I thought they didn't have the weapon out. Oh, they got it!
The 2 HP dream!
God!
Reigns is just like, I'm willing to die for this.
Oh, what a hold. Like, the Killjoy came out. Basically how that went. One person kept up front, one person went back just in case something went wrong. Not only did it go wrong, I thought it went extremely wrong. I thought they were still in the process of getting their weapon out and were gonna get taken down. But somehow the shots land when they matter most. And Oxygen are on match point despite all of that.
Tell me, chat, did anybody else, when the entirety of Oxygen rose up, did anyone else get, like, Attack on Titan flashbacks? To, like, the very first opening where the entire survey core comes up from the buildings? That's literally the first thing that came into my mind there. That was amazing. But we are on match point here for Oxygen Esports. Not a good start for their match point.
No, they lost one immediately. They at least get one back. And Spidoka is going to say, nope, actually, no, it's a player advantage for us if you don't mind. That is going to be another quick pull up. Trap and Smokes are up, and Pinkley, are they going to be able to get this poke here? They're both starting to come up strong. Giant Gia is not going to get anything from that. Only 2 up. They at least get a pick back. Kiki surely will be able to get one of them here. But again, they're just pinned in. Oh, a bit of damage on each of the sides. This is tense stuff. They finally do get the shot when it matters most, but they do lose out. But thankfully, caught on the rebound. And Dana at least keeps Chat Band in it. They've got 2 more points to win.
Oxygen have to save here. I don't see this going any other way, because if they lose this round, then we could very well be going to overtime. So yes, they are going to save here. They want to make sure that they're going to be able to buy should they lose this round. Which, because they're saving, means that they're probably going to lose this round. And Kiki just has a classic. She's not buying at all, and no one can buy for her. She can't really afford to. So she's saving while the rest of her team are on rifles. This is going to be a really strange round. But Oxygen do have the Viper's Pit available. It's a little bit harder to get value with that unless you've already planted the spike, and we did see that severely backfire a couple rounds back. So let's see if they can get a little bit more value out of that. We're going to start things off with that Hunter's Fury.
Fury going to come out. Kiki trying to go for the classic. Actually does lose out in the end. Chat Band have a player advantage, so 3 versus 2. And the Viper is still up for Oxygen as well, so they don't find any proper purchase with the pistol, but they are still lingering. Oh my god, they both went down! No speed!
Oh my goodness, the 2v1 and Spidoka comes out on top. If Chat Band win this round, we will go into overtime. So Oxygen need to win this if they want to secure themselves the win. Overtime is not an ideal situation because more than likely you'll never actually get to have an ultimate unless you're yoinking ult orbs and being able to actually get some kills. And it's very unlikely that we'll see an operator come out because you start the round with 5,000 credits, which is exactly what the operator costs. So everything is on the line here for Oxygen Esports, but everything's on the line for Chat Band as well. Because obviously if they lose this round, that's it, they're out. They lose in the grand final. They second place, close but no cigar, thank you for playing. So they have to win this round if they want any sort of an opportunity to stay in this tournament. And as I've given you all of the stakes, a little bit of a tech pause, just to give everybody a moment to breathe.
The calm before the storm, and especially when you look at the form Chat Band have been on right now, 7 points out of the last 8 rounds. you feel it's a completely different half for Champan, just like it was in the previous match, where it was a completely different second half for Oxygen. It is make or break at this stage, and of course, they know full well that both Res is available for Oxygen, but crucially, the Viper's Pit is as well. They have a showstopper, they have the Empress, and they have Omen's wonderful scatter as well. So they have their fair share of ults, but they're going to be so nervous, and Dana's going to go full on in with this, but they're actually completely missed each other. Are you kidding me?
Ships in the night. This is so lucky for Oxygen because it's just Mary on site. The wall has gone up, but this might turn into a lurk opportunity for Chatband. And again, this is very, very important. Oh my goodness, Cosmic Divide's gonna come up. That's massive, and it's gonna go straight into a Viper wall. So if you step into that, you're gonna lose your HP. They're throwing everything into this. That's the first pick that's gonna come through there.
Felipe with the first pick, they're all going to start moving in. Plant is going to come on down, and you feel like if this plant goes down, Viper's Pit is likely going to get activated with this, because why the heck would you not activate it at this situation? But where is the Viper? The
She's on a flank.
Is that a wise move to be doing that? You have your ult. Where are you going?
She's probably got some Molly lineups available for when they hear the defuse sound. But is it going to be enough? They don't really... Yeah, there's the Molly. It misses!
Oh my god! Missed. They're gonna lose this. The defuse is happening right here and now. Reigns is gonna get another pick. It's on the choke point. The pit's gone up. They are still up in this entire scene, but they are gonna get it. They somehow managed to make the best of this situation. Oxygen win it right at the death. It's a 13-11 scoreline, and goodness me, they left it late, but it's a 13-11 in match 2. Oxygen Esports win the second Huntress trials by 2 points to 0. Goodness me, that was way too close.
That was wild. They pulled so far back towards their spawn, and I was looking to see, like, is there a Sova? Is there something that can use an ultimate to deny the spike? And all they really had was the Molly. And I'm like, okay, well, surely they'll use the Molly. But then the Molly missed. It didn't land on the spike. The lineup was not good. And at that point, everyone's just like, uh-oh, we better get back there. Something ain't going right. The spike's still diffusing. The Viper's Pit comes out at the very last second. The trades start coming back and forth. It's absolute chaos, and it's one lady against the world on like 2 HP because she's standing in the decay. But Gear swings on her and secures the round. Oh my god, that was so stressful to watch. What an amazing series between these two teams.
Yeah, that was amazing from start to finish. I mean, you know, it was pretty close in that first match up until the second half, where Oxygen finally started to run away with it. But that second match, honestly, could have gone either way. The first half, again, it seemed like Oxygen was starting to build up that momentum from the previous match. Chatband came at them, had 5 points in a row in that second half. Conceded 1, immediately started catching them up, and you just felt like if anything was going to go to overtime, it was probably going to be that match. But in the end, Oxygen are going to take it by 2 points to 0. They are your winners of the second Huntress trials. They win £1,000 for their team, and Chatband do take away £500 for their run-up position. And also a shout out to the girls and to Gangsters as well. They both take away £250 respectively. But seriously though, what an ending to this tournament.
Oh, fantastic. And of course, big ups to RixGG for even making this possible. Thank you for sponsoring and hosting it. So much love and appreciation for that. And I'm sure that these ladies appreciate it too. This has been so much fun. And I think that this was even more intense than the first Huntress trials. And I see this becoming a trend. Third Huntress trials? Yes? Even more intense? Even more organizations? Maybe?
I would absolutely love to see that. I mean, come on. I mean, for not just the players as well, but for everybody watching as well, and everybody behind the scenes. I feel like the more people we can get involved with this, the more of a spectacle we can make this, and you never know where we could go from here. But yeah, that is going to be the end of our second Huntress trials. Before we go, obviously, final words from yourself, Mizuki. It's been great to have you for both of the days once again.
It's been a phenomenal weekend. Thank you for being the host and my play-by-play, and of course, a big thank you to Productions. You guys freaking smashed it this weekend. I was so impressed with everything that was done on the fly there. The observing was amazing. The actual production quality just kept improving throughout the weekend. And of course, thanks to all the admins and to RixGG for making this possible. The players, you are all absolutely cracked. None of you stop playing. I want to see you again. You all are nutso. And thank you to the viewers, of course. You guys are
yeah, I was gonna yeah, it's always nice to be able to have a chat that just gets hyped for everything that is going on here. So hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, thank you very much, Mizuki. And you pretty much echoed exactly what I was going to say as well. Massive shout out to everybody running things behind the scenes. You are all amazing, especially during the downtime between breaks when we're just so nice to have nice little banters. Or sometimes we're just sort of like trying to just polish off food as quickly as possible. So yeah, massive thank yous to everybody involved. And with that being said, that is all of us done here at the Huntress Trials. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hopefully we get to see you for not just another Huntress Trials, but for more tournaments in general. Make sure to keep an eye on everything that we do, whether it be here on Twitch or on all of our social medias. Take care of yourselves and stay fresh, my friends.